life and your mom's life?
Well, it has really impacted our life greatly. As I mentioned, the insure was provided by Partners in Care until Atara was approved, and it took quite some time. They helped me with other things in terms of incontinence supplies, things that our budget doesn't allow for me to be able to have, extra to provide for my mom.
Right.
So it's been a great help to us.
Had we not been there, how would that have impacted your life? What would have happened?
I hate to think what would have happened. I would not have been able to be a full-time caregiver to my mom if it were not for Partners in Care. I would have, financially we're pretty stressed, even still. But there are things that I think my mom would have probably ended up in a convalescent home, mainly because she is beyond the point of being in a board and care home, residential living facility, or assisted living. So I think I would have had to look in terms of a convalescent home, and that would have really broke my heart. It's a joy to have her with me. It's a lot of work, but it's a joy to have her with me. It's very gratifying.
So we have provided you with respite care. How has that been helpful to you?
That has provided me time to be able to get some much needed time to, I call it me time for myself. Right. That has been provided thanks to Partners in Care.
Has our program helped you manage your mom and help you keep your mom at home?
Absolutely. It gives me that break to kind of be able to revive my energy so that I can continue on with her daily and provide the best care that I'm able to provide to her. And I think she knows that too.
Yeah,
and enjoys it.
I'm sure she feels it.
I think so.
That was wonderful testimony to the services you're providing people. I was struck by her admission that things can get out of hand so quickly. A diagnosis and an illness can progress so quickly that you don't know what comes next. And by having professionals around you who are already experienced, they can kind of prepare you for those next steps. And that's got to be incredibly satisfying to be able to say to the family, now look, we've got this covered now, but this is what's coming.
Definitely, I totally agree. Just to help them out with whatever needs they may have, just to keep their loved ones at home. In this case was the mom, to keep her mother at home, and just to see the smile on her face that we were there to help her out with the needs that she needs, she has to keep her at home. And overall, I think it's been a great experience for her to be part of our program, and it's just, we get so satisfied to see such wonderful outcomes when we are able to be there to help them out and to keep them at home in such as this case.
Right. Well, Anwar, it happens in families that somebody ends up being the person that provides the in-home care. Are you able to give counseling to other family members to help them understand what the primary caregiver is going through and what their contribution maybe should be, so that
we provide counseling through a licensed clinician. We also provide various other types of resources. It's important for all viewers to know that this is a state-funded program, and it's available throughout the state of California. And it's also important to point out that we have a collaborative of vendors and agencies that help us do our job. So we have other organizations that help us manage this case. And by the way, all this is very, very confidential. Confidentiality is our number one goal here.
Well, we need to talk more about this, but it's time to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll continue our discussion on how to assist vulnerable older adults to avoid having to leave their own homes. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back with more of Aging in LA.
The biggest blessing in life is to realize your personal power.
So many of us wonder, why are we living? Well, that's why we're living, to help others.
Community work brings families closer together.
When we help each other, we all get healthier.
Doing good for others, doing positive action always comes back around and enriches your life. It's the biggest gift you could ever give yourself.
Doing good is good for all of us.
Please join us in volunteering.
Improve your health by helping others. Visit iparticipate.org.
Before we're approaching an intersection, so that's why 2 wrong turns don't make a right turn. Now let's learn about tailgating.
Hey, that's how I got my ticket.
You got a ticket for tailgating? That's not good.
That can be really annoying.
Doesn't get you there any faster.
It leaves you no distance to brake.
Which makes it easier to get into a crash.
And it also may increase your insurance premium.
And I hate tailgaters.
Tailgating causes crashes. Back off.
Watch the road.
Welcome back to Aging in LA. Our topic today, life is better at home. Our guests are from Partners in Care Foundation. Esther M. Sefelian is Supervisor, Care Managers, and Anwar Zuwayhed is Vice President of Direct Services at the Foundation. Thank you both again for joining us. This is really a good discussion because the idea that you have identified best practices for keeping people in their home is so important because most people would prefer it. Can you tell me a little bit about how you can apply the best notions that you've uncovered to a real-life situation?
Definitely. It is known that aging at home is preferred more often, obviously, than being institutionalized.
Sure.
And, it could be the simplest thing, the simplest modifications at the house, such as adding a handheld shower hose to assist them taking showers easily, or a grab bar, or a carpet tape to secure the rugs down so they don't fall. The simplest things could help the clients and individuals, our elders, seniors, stay at home and be comfortable and safe at home. And that's the goal, is to keep them as comfortable and as secure and to prevent any falls. That's our motto, just to help them out.
I understand. Now, Anwar, you mentioned something while we were in the break about how fearful some seniors can be about having strangers in their home or signing a contract, somebody's going to take my house. How do you help reassure a senior that these services are not going to end up taking them to bankruptcy court?
Exactly. These services are at no cost. They are their benefit that they've earned and are entitled to. It's a state program. We are a non-profit agency, and there is no contract to sign. You simply sign the care plan agreeing that this is the service you want us to provide. Each client has an individualized, personalized care plan, and based on the agreement with the family and the client and the care managers and of course the supervisor, we all come up with a care plan, and once the client signs, we're able to provide them this needed service.
Now, what about follow-up? I mean, elderly people's needs do change. Is that part of what you do by managing or supervising, rather, the case managers?
Well, all the care managers actually make monthly contacts to the clients. And every 3 months, they go out to visit the client. And every 6 months, we have the alternate discipline, which meant, like, if the primary care manager is a social worker, the nurse will go out to see the client and assess what they believe might have been changes and how to assist the client even further. And every year, we have a reassessment. Is when we go out there and assess the entire atmosphere, safety, ambulatory equipment usage, medications, emergency response services, just assess the whole situation, the health conditions diagnosis of the client. If they have changed severely, how we could assist to keep them further from being institutionalized.
Right. I noticed in the piece that we saw with Miss Antoine that she actually had a hoist to help move her mother around. Now, how would you even know that such a thing exists?
Well, that's why we're here for.
Right.
We work really, really close with their primary doctors and their physicians in order to come up and fulfill their care plan needs. Our nurses and our social workers are very well trained to be able to identify any medical needs, any safety needs, or anything that they need basically to make sure that they're independent and living at home with dignity. And that includes working with their primary physician and getting the prescriptions needed to install these safety devices or hoisters in their house.
Well, a lot of people aren't aware that you actually do need a prescription to get things like a wheelchair or whatever, but that the hoist, I was just thinking of the many times that it's physical. You pick this person up to move them into the shower because you
We
don't...
do help with that.
Well, and
we do help
that's
with all
important.
the process, even to get a prescription from the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Our care managers will contact the doctor and say, you know, we realize that so-and-so needs a Hoyer lift or to assist them, or needs a cane, or whatever the needs might be. And our care managers do make contacts with the doctor's offices to get a prescription. And we do have vendors who we use, who we send the prescription out to, and immediately they know the process and how the company works. We'll send out the needed items to the client.
Right. It's I know I have seen too often where the husband ends up trying to take care of his wife and he's not very good at it.
Right.
And needs a lot of counseling to come to understand this is not a failing. This is you are not failing your wife and your marital vows. This is a hard job for anyone.
It absolutely is, and we provide counseling and education on how to be a proper caregiver. And you know, we work closely with the City of Los Angeles and their family caregiver outreach support groups, and ask the expert events through our family care partnership program, also at Partners in Care, that would help all caregivers be educated and provide them the knowledge and support that they need.
Right. Now, it's very important. If this has piqued your interest, we're going to, again, put the telephone numbers up for you to be able to call Partners in Care Foundation, so you'll have a point of contact. This is it's a challenge, and we read them off again for you. Area code 818-837-3775. or 213-738-8320. And the website is www.picf.org. And of course, you can call the Department of Aging and we'll get you this contact information. So, Esther, do you think that the population of growing numbers of seniors is going to get used to calling on you and other providers? Do you think it's going to be part of their new reality?
Oh, I think so, especially with the baby boomers retiring.
Yes.
They're used to, more of them are used to living at home and living independently, I should say, than living at home.
Yeah.
And they are going to get used to being on their own more than the current generation. And they are going to rely on little programs like ours to assist them with whatever needs they may have.
Anna, that's interesting. Is there an educational outreach for the people who are potential clients? Are you actively telling people, look, we exist and you're going to need us one day?
At Partners in Care Foundation, we have various in-services that we do through the City of Los Angeles community to make sure that they're aware of the services that we provide, whether it be caregiver services, multi-purpose senior service programs, adult day programs.
I wish we had more time, but that's all the time we have for today's edition of Aging in L.A. I want to give special thanks to our guests from Partners in Care Foundation, Esther M. Sefelian and Anwar Zawahed. Thanks to both of you for joining us today. Thank you, bet. Now, it's time for today's Senior Stat Shot. Did you know that more than 10 million older adults require assistance with daily living activities, such as eating, dressing, and personal care? 1/3 of older adult Americans rely on Social Security as their main source of income. Simple home modifications, such as adding grab bars and handrails, could help many seniors avoid moving from their home. 96% of seniors wish to remain independent in their own homes instead of moving in with family members. Increased provision of in-home services to assist independence in the home is causing an increased vacancy rate of up to 30% at some assisted living and nursing home facilities. 15% of late mortgage payments in the older adult population are due to increased medical costs. And services to assist older adults to remain at home include home health care, homemaking services, nutrition programs, home safety and repair services, which are available through the Department of Aging. Call 1-800-510-2020 for details. That's 1-800-510-2020 for details. And that's today's Senior Stat Shot. The Department of Aging produces this program with CityView, Channel 35, so that seniors living in Los Angeles and surrounding communities are well informed on the many issues that face them in everyday life. And also to let you know of the many services that the Department of Aging offers our senior citizens. Now, we'd like to hear from you with comments on the program, what you like, what you think can be improved, and hear your ideas for future programs. So please give us a call. Number's right there on your screen, area code 213-252-4088. That's 213-252-4088. Call us with your comments and ideas. We look forward to hearing from you. I'm Paul Peterson for the Los Angeles Department of Aging, the people here at CityView Channel 35, and all of our guests on Aging in LA. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you the next time.
Hi, I'm Craig Irwin in Los Angeles.
Hi, I'm Clinton Irwin, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35, Our City, Our Channel.
Congratulations. And I don't know what magic they did, but that 10 pounds per person thing, it's kind of amazing. But we can do better the next time, okay? Am I right? Okay, wait, I didn't hear you.
Thank you.
Am I right? Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Wednesday, January 12, 2011. We're here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. I want to thank those members of the public who are here with us today, as well as those viewers on Channel 35 who are watching us throughout the city's cable system. Also, we are available online at lacity.org, which also archives all of our past council footage, and where you can find our agendas and links to our city departments and services. Also, we are available through Council Phone, which is 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY, in which you can listen into our committee and full council meetings as well. Thank you to those council members who were here on time pursuant to council rules, which state that all council members should be here at the beginning of the hour for the council meeting. Council members Labange, Perry, Reyes, and Zine. We have a number of members who are late right now. Councilmember Huizar is excused to arrive at noon, but the rest of the members should be here. That's council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Koretz, Krikorian, Parks, Rosendahl, Smith, and Wesson. It's now 10:07, and as a reminder, we have members of the public who are here on time, who've taken time out of their day to be here, and we need to show them the same respect and to be here at the beginning of the meetings. We will await those members. In the meantime, for members of the public that are here, if you'd like to be heard on any of the items that are before us today, we have cards in the back. Just fill out one of the cards with your name on it and hand it to the sergeants at arms. We'll be sure to put that in the mix. All items receive either a public hearing in committee or in council. If they've had a public hearing in committee, it requires a council member to reopen to hear further public comments here today. Otherwise, any items that have not yet had hearings are the ones that we will hear from members of the public. We also have a section of the meeting called General Public Comment for items not on the agenda, and that nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the city, and you just fill out the same card and put public comment in the upper right corner. We have clocks here to help guide your time, 2 minutes per speaker usually, and we also have facilities in San Pedro and Van Nuys, closer to where many Angelinos live, to save you some time and gas and traffic getting to City Hall. You can testify remotely from those Van Nuys and San Pedro City Council chambers. So there are 5 ways you can participate in and follow the City Council meetings. Thank you again to Council members Labange, Perry, Reyes, and Zine. If we do not get a quorum in the next few minutes, we'll have to cancel for lack of a quorum. So Council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Koretz, Krikorian, Parks, Rosendahl, Smith, and Wesson, make your ways down right away, and if I can ask the sergeants at arms assistance in finding where those members are. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have 10 members. Please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zion, Garcetti, 10 members present and a quorum. Mr. President.
First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Reyes moves and Mr. Parks seconds without objection. Those will be approved. Next order of business, please.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Koretz moves and Mr. Labange seconds without objection. Those will be approved as well. If we can run through the agenda, colleagues, if I can direct your attention to today's agenda for any items to call special, and we have cards from the public on those as well. First items, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, items 1 through 13 are items noticed for public hearing.
Okay, do we have cards on any of those?
We do. We have cards on items 1 and 7.
Okay, we'll call those special for cards from the public. Any members wishing to call 2 through 13 special, or 1 through 13 special? Any council members wishing to call those special? We are awaiting 12 members for first reads of the ordinances. Let's hold those on the table while we await those late council members, Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Krikorian, and Mr. Rosendahl. Let's take up 8 through 13 in the meantime. Please open the roll on those, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 14 through 21 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee report for item 17 has been submitted and distributed to council. Item 14 is still outstanding, sir.
Okay, we'll hold 14 on the desk as a commissioner. Other specials? Mr. Parks?
17 special, and I'd like to hold that until we have the closed session on 22.
Okay, we'll link those together as well. Other specials, 14 through 21, colleagues? We have 14 and 17 called special. If there are no others, let's go ahead and take up the balance. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 22 through 24 are items for which public hearings have been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, sir.
Those are ones that have been held or have not been held?
Have not been held, sir.
Okay, so do we have cards on any of those?
We have cards on item 22, sir.
Okay, and I think there's a card here on 24 as well, so we'll call that special. Anybody wishing to call 23 special?
22.
I think Mr. Alarcon wants 23 special. Okay, Mr. Rosendahl on number 24. Mr. Cardenas is here now. We are up to 11 members, still awaiting Ms. Hahn and Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Rosendahl. And let's go ahead then to the next item, please. We're holding that for a card, and from Mr. Parks? Yeah. Sorry, 23. Mr. Alarcon called that special.
Mr. President, item 25 is an item scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold it on the desk?
Let's hold that on the table for special, and
that takes council back to items called special or public comment on items on council's agenda.
There are 2 reward motions that we have that we'll take before our public comment. We have the families that are here. We very much appreciate the families being here for these items. I'd like to first call on Mr. Rosendahl and recognize him for item number 24. After that, we'll have Mr. Alarcon take up item number 23. And if we can, while Mr. Rosendahl is coming in, he is in here, if we can clock him in and take up the ordinances as he approaches the podium. That's items 2 through 7. Sorry, 2 through 6. Yeah, 7 was called special for card as well. If we can please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay. And I'll recognize Mr. Rosendahl on item 24. And we do have a public speaker card after Mr. Rosendahl's presentation. To folks who are waiting outside, I know we have space in the forecourt where we have audio feed right now. The Public Works Board room will be available at 11 o'clock as well, so we'll have some seats there for many of you who are standing if you wish to sit down and can follow the council meeting from in there as well. Thank you to everybody for your time being here today and participating in this. And we'll recognize Mr. Rosendahl in just a moment. Mr. Rosendahl?
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. It is with great sadness that I present not just one, but two reward motions for two separate hit-and-run cases in my district. The first involves a 48-year-old lady by the name of Bridget Burdine. Around 1:45 in the morning on December 29th, Bridget was walking on Culver Boulevard near Pershing Drive. And could I ask the family to stand next to me on this, Bridget's family? That's okay. Investigators say a dark-colored sedan collided with Bridget and took off. Police have little to go on, which is why we're asking for your help, colleagues. In the audience today is Bridget's uncle, Michael. Michael is going to say a few words on behalf of the family. Michael, go ahead.
Well, first off, I want to thank everybody for taking an interest in Bridget's life for us. She was a big part of our family. We're originally from the East Coast, Maryland. We've been out here for over 30 years. And she was probably the most dynamic person in our family. She was a very giving, loving person. She would give you anything, happy, laughing all the time, always look for the good in people. And we would like to, find out for some closure who did this and have them come forward.
Thank you, Michael. LAPD, would you like to make a comment about this? Give us any kind of insight you can that can help us. And my colleagues, of course, will work with me on this motion.
I'm Officer Martha Dominguez, and I'm in charge of this case. And basically, we have run out of leads, and that's the reason why we're here, asking for your help in offering this reward so that somebody can come forward to help us locate the hit-and-run driver who committed this crime. And hopefully, with the leads that we do get, it would help us to put some closure to help this family and also to lead to an arrest and hopefully a conviction on this case. So I would ask that anyone who has any information to please step forward and call the Los Angeles Police Department West Traffic Division.
What's that number for the public?
The number is 213-473-0234, and that's during business hours. Our off-hours number is through our watch commander, and that's 213-473-0222.
Thank you.
Thank you, Detective. And thank you, Michael, for your comments on this. And colleagues, we do have a motion before us for $50,000. But unfortunately, news of this case comes on the heels of another hit and run. And we introduced a Rule 23 motion, you might remember this, colleagues, on December 14th, seeking a $50,000 reward for this. We had the rains and we couldn't hold the press conference at the site that we had hoped to so that the media could cover it. This particular incident took place a few weeks earlier on December 2nd. A 60-year-old lady by the name of Razia Sharif, come on over, family, was getting out of her car on Centinela Avenue, north of Nebraska, when she was struck and killed. Investigators are looking, and this is good that the cameras are here, for a 1992 through a 1997 Toyota Corolla, possibly missing a passenger side mirror. Raza's daughter and son are here, and they're going to say a few words. We're going to hold a little press conference right after with both folks on this tragedies that have happened. And I want to thank you, colleagues, for your support. I'd like the family to say a couple of words, and then we'll move forward with that one motion. Please, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Tasneem Shamji. Razia Sharif was my aunt. These are her children behind me, and I'm here to speak to all of you. Difficult as it may be, to ask for your help. There are many of us here that come here regularly with hopes and requests, and we're hopeful to be heard and maybe things move forward. For us, we've suffered an irreparable, violent tragedy in our family, and what we're hoping for is to be heard so that these catastrophic tragedies don't have to touch anybody else. But our beloved Razia, for me, hard for me to call her like that. She was my aunt, an incredible woman, and was abruptly taken away from us. And we're all knowing that we cannot bring her back, but we're very, very invested in making sure that this suffering that we're going through, the loss that we're suffering, and the tragedy don't ever happen again. Maybe too much to ask for, but we are hoping for your help. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for that. And we need to move on the one I put first, and we're going to go in the back right after the vote and hold a little press conference. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and our deepest sympathies to both families. We're so sorry for your loss, and we will be sure to vote on this. We do have one public speaker card, John Walsh, if you'd like to come forward on this item. Okay. Mr. Walsh passes. Let's go ahead and open the roll on the reward. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved, and we'll send that forthwith without objection. I'd like to recognize Mr. Alarcon as well, who is here with family in another tragedy as well, for this, a reward motion.
Council members, it's unusual that we do 2 reward motions in one day, let alone 3, but we still have a lot of work to do to make our communities safer, notwithstanding the fact that crime has been reduced. As a father who's lost a son in a tragic car accident, I understand how difficult it is for these people to lose someone so close to them. But in my case, there was closure because the person who killed my son also died in the accident. So I can only imagine how difficult it is for a family to not know who killed their son or their daughter or their father or their husband. And I know that this family needs to have closure. Armando Sanchez Velasquez was shot by a stray bullet aimed at a person in another car. He simply was driving behind that car, and he died 2 days later. We estimate that there were approximately 30 witnesses to this shooting, and we absolutely believe that this reward motion will provide new information that would otherwise be lost because people are not coming forward with that information. And so we are joined by Detective Efren Gutierrez, the wife of the victim, Maria Tarango, and Antonio Velasquez Sanchez, the brother of the victim. So I'd like to ask Detective Gutierrez to make a statement.
Good morning. On October 16th, the victim, 42-year-old Armando Velasquez, was driving home from work and just happened to drive behind a vehicle that was the intended target of a pedestrian who was confronting the occupants of the vehicle. He fired multiple rounds. A stray bullet struck Mr. Velasquez in the upper body, and he succumbed to his injuries and died in the hospital 2 days later. So 2 witnesses did come forward. However, they were unable to provide us with sufficient information to identify a vehicle and a suspect. In addition to that, the 2 witnesses that did come forward explained to my partner, Detective Parshall, and I that there was at least 30 pedestrians in the area, and during a canvass of the neighborhood, no other witnesses came forward or admitted to witnessing the crime. So we're hoping that the reward will provide sufficient means of perhaps motivating or encouraging any potential witnesses to come forward. Thank you.
¿Quiere usted hablar?
I'd like to introduce Maria Tarango, the wife of the victim, to say a few words.
Mi nombre es María Tarango. Estoy muy dolida por lo que pasó con mi esposo. Él era un hombre de trabajo. Él no era un hombre
andar en la calle, entonces...
My name is Maria Tarango. I'm very much in pain due to what happened to my husband. He was a man who worked. He was not a man to go out on the streets. He loved his family.
Quisiera si hay alguien que miró, que dé información a la policía, porque no quiero que otras familias se queden como nosotros, que me quedé con mis 3 hijos.
I would like to ask anyone who perhaps was witness to this crime to please come over and talk to the police, because I do not want another family to suffer what we've been suffering. I am now by myself with 3 children.
Si alguien miró, por favor, que no tengan miedo y que avisen a la policía para que otras personas no se queden como nosotros solos.
And what I'd like to ask is if someone witnessed this crime to please not be afraid to talk to the police so that another family will not end up the way our family ended up. Thank you.
Gracias.
A number for the public to contact the detectives is area code 818-838-9948, and they can ask for Detective Gutierrez or Detective Parshall. Thank you.
Council members, we were all personally affected by the shootings in Arizona, but for these families, this is an even more personal tragedy, and we would ask that this reward motion pass so that the police can do their work and put the killers of Armando behind bars.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon, and let's take a vote on this item as well. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. And we'll send that forthwith to the mayor right away. We will go to public comment, for general public comment now. As a reminder, we do have quite a few cards. This is for items that are not on today's agenda, so if any of you wanted to be heard on specific items, number 17, or any of the other ones, this is the section for comments of items that are not on today's agenda, so we'd be happy to refile that if you did want to speak about those items into number 17. Dr. Clyde Williams is our first speaker. Ida Talala will be our second. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Oh, we could do public-private partnerships even for potholes. However, what are we going to be discussing today? Public-private partnerships, not specific to any particular one. In Dubai, United Arab Emirates, we had BOTs, BOOs, PPPs, DNBs, and it was sometimes rather messy. The difference, though, in a public-private partnership is that the private needs a couple of things. Bonded indebtedness is one. Eminent domain is 2. Oh, how about the environmental process? That's 3. And in one discussion of the PPPs, the RAND Corporation representative, specialist, said that there are 3 major problems. Risk. The risk of design, technical, the risk of financing, but the more important risk of the public participation and public interaction. This is the real problem for many projects of PPP. Time is money, and if you don't get it done on time and get it started on time, the clock is ticking. The bonds are issued. They are accruing interest and have to be repaid. Even Orange County figured out that a PPP for a tunnel there was going to be disastrous if they started it. So, as background, we developed in Dubai a comment or a definition of PPP to be the private plunders the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Ida Talala is next. Nice to see you, Ida. And after that will be David Bush.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a senior and I volunteer in the community. I need to touch base on something that is a budget item, but I'd also like to be general in the comments. The cuts that have been made to community have been felt a great deal. The cuts to recreational centers, to libraries, and trash pickups of the wire mesh trash cans have really left our community in a somewhat frayed state, and further cuts will diminish what our communities should be to all of us: vibrant, lively, and looking upbeat. The cuts to public works, community beautification, and now perhaps the graffiti program will send a message that should not be heard in community, that we are being left to our own devices. Please, take your time to look at the budget, and I know that these times are difficult, but please do not add to the cuts because our communities cannot take it for an indefinite time. I thank you for the time you have given.
Thank you, Ida, and thank you for your incredible activism in Echo Park and beyond. David Bush is our next speaker. After Mr. Bush will be Eden Andes.
Hello, council members. My name is David Bush. I've been homeless in Los Angeles and Santa Monica for the last 12 years of my 16 years of homelessness. I received no government benefits. I've been arrested over 15 times and only once have been found guilty of breaking any law. I'm here today because for the last 2 years we have seen an unrestrained, unaddressed hate campaign that continues to this moment against poor and homeless and affordably housed people in Venice in their RVs. We have a serious situation in that city, and I want to ask each and every councilman here today, I want to call your attention to a specific example of this unrestrained hate campaign that needs to be addressed by this council that is being ignored presently by that area's councilman, Bill Rosendahl. I ask you to simply go to the Yo Venice blog on the internet and see the hateful, vile things that are being said and addressed towards homeless people. Chase them out. Scumbags, dirtbags. All of them are criminals. We're continually labeled as sex perverts, drug addicts, crackheads, and such. I've started 3 food lines since I've been homeless, and we're talking about many of the people who've helped make Venice Beach famous, the people who started the drum circle, the people who run many of the booths in Venice Beach. Venice Beach is being destroyed by this hate campaign, and you can see a prime example of it on the internet. You can also tune in to the largest radio station, with the largest AM radio station in Los Angeles, KFI, and hear 3 nights a week all of Southern California being told that Venice Beach is full of scummy homeless people that need to be driven out. I would ask you to, each of you councilmen, which one of you is going to make a motion to take this to the County Public Relations, Human Relations Commission?
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Our next speaker is Eden Andes. After that is Millie Mims. Good morning.
My name is Eden Andes. Oh, I guess I got to move this thing. Okay. I ended up speaking about the homeless issue. Part of my thing is that Bill Rosenthal has, as a council member, has consistently lied to the homeless by saying that places would be found for them. This started during his first election and continues to this day. He has ended up starting supposedly a program which now evidently is getting funded. Finally, many homeless people have already lost their homes, which are vehicles, because he ended up intentionally sticking the cops on everyone. You know, you can phrase it any way you want. But the other thing about it is that what I think he's doing is he's waiting until he has decimated the homeless population and everybody is living on the curb except for a few select people, at which point then he will start to actually implement his program. And then he will be able to say that he has a 100% success rate at finding people homes for the people who end up qualifying for his program. The qualification, you see, for his program is that you live in a vehicle. So therefore, if you continually tow everyone and you continually remove everyone's vehicle, then they don't qualify for the program. And therefore, I end up believing that he is not a nice man. Okay, and to me, the last one of, this is the hand of, what was it, mercy, and this is the long arm of the law, adds up to the same stick and carrot crap he did before.
Thank you, sir.
And before that, his stupid elephant
Millie Mims is our next speaker, ma'am. Thank you very much. After Ms. Mims will be Juan Alcala. After Ms. Mims will be Juan Alcala.
Councilmen and women, Bill Rosenthal, brothers and sisters here in the Assembly, my respects to you all.
We hate you, Bill.
My name is
Sir, that would be
Millie
your last
Mims.
warning. If you please will stop talking so that we can hear her words. Thank you. Sorry, ma'am.
I
Go
am
ahead.
speaking to you all as the director of the New Life Society, which is a 501c3 begun in the year 2001 with the aim of alleviating poverty. The poverty we address is of two types. The easier poverty to address is that of homelessness and that of people that do not have enough money. The more difficult type of poverty to address is the poverty of the soul, to extend mercy, kindness, compassion, forgiveness to our brothers and sisters. Those of us who understand the law of karma will understand that if you look at others with contempt, with hatred, with a sense of yourselves being much greater, then that mentality will create for you the situation of living in the streets at a future time. So I'm imploring each and every one of you persons that have some good intelligence to think carefully about how you treat those around you that are truly your brothers and sisters in God's eyes. Because none of us are the supreme controllers. We are all simply servants, and if we forget this, then our life will end in misery. I thank you all for allowing me to speak. Please take a moment and look at the website, mynewlifesociety.org. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Juan Alcala is our next speaker. After that is Arnold Sachs.
Yes, you can look me up on the internet. That's our biggest weapon. It's our biggest weapon against people like Rosendahl, who hates the homeless, but puts on another face saying, I love people. He hates the homeless. I've seen him, I sat next to him in meetings. We have beat the city 3 times. We have talked to the Coastal Commission, and the Coastal Commission keeps telling you, leave the homeless alone, and you will not listen. What is wrong with you? People, we live in a homeless-making society. 90% of the people here are homeless because they don't own where they live. The banks do own that, the lawyers, the doctors. This system is created for the rich, the wealthy, the blah, blah, blah. I am not a communist. I don't endorse any other system that has come before. We need to get together and give everybody a home so you're not putting your police force against the homeless, which is most of us. So, in conclusion, leave Venice alone. It doesn't even belong to Los Angeles. It's a community of artists and thinkers. And over here is a community of people that challenge each other to see who's going to eat less. Hello? I lost so much weight. Screw you!
Our next speaker is Arnold Sachs. After that will be John Walsh.
Thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. But don't worry, next year will be better. Last week I mentioned an article regarding the trash fees that had been collected to hire the police officers, and I did find it was in the LA Weekly, 7/24/08. The residential trash collection was boosted from $11 a month to $26, generating $137 million in new fees. But the city hired only about 400 more police, and they cost about $42 million. So the question was, the $100 million, where did that go? There'll be a line of people, I'm sure, in the next couple of weeks that'll come up and talk to you about the outstanding fees that are owed the city. This is an article from last year, July 2nd, 2010, in the Daily Breeze. According to this article, Wendy Gruhl's agency did an audit of city agencies and found they collect only 53% of the money owed to them, virtually unchanged from the 52% found under a similar audit conducted 3 years ago. The reason I bring this up is because this city council sitting, when they took office, these numbers barely didn't change when they were elected to office. So to bring to their attention numbers they already knew about, the fact you should be talking about is, why has there no policy been created in the 8 to 10 years to try to improve this 53%? The amounts of money they're talking about, it comes to almost $500 million. And that doesn't include the taxes from local businesses of almost $200 million. So in the 8 to 12 years that you people have been working, this money has been continually rolling over and not being collected. Consider that. The other part of this I'd like to bring up, this is an article from, sorry, I don't have time.
Thank you,
Good
Mr. Sachs.
news is, miracles do occur. Mr.
John
Smith
Walsh.
read a book last week.
Thank you, sir. John Walsh will be our next speaker. After that is Carlos Cornejo. Good morning.
My name is John Walsh, and I am a communist. 1969, first time I joined the labor union, first strike, and the first victory. And standing behind me is the labor force of the city. When I came here in 1976, it was 90% white. But now, we are together, black, brown, white, yellow. And these people, what are they interested in? Sleeping with a lobbyist. You know that Mr. Zine sleeps with a lobbyist. We ought to be happy. Because in the old days, the city council screwed the public, they screwed labor, the lobbyists screwed the public, they screwed labor. Thank God now, the city council and the corporate lobbyists are screwing one another.
Sir, you can talk about what is on the public record. Excuse me, sir. You can talk about what's on the public record, which is a dating relationship. If you get sexual in nature, sir, we'll give you the time back. We'll give you the time back. Don't you worry. Relax for a second, Mr. Walsh. So that will make sure that Mr. Zine... Mr. Walsh, hold on. Mr. Walsh, if you cannot... All right, your time is done. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Sir, you're out of order. Carlos Cornejo is our next speaker. Thank you. If you can please help Mr. Walsh find a seat. Thank you. Carlos Cornejo is our next speaker. After Mr. Cornejo will be Ankar Patel.
For the record, Mr. Walsh is continuing to disrupt the meeting.
Thank you. It was your disruptive nature, sir, not what you're saying. Thank you. Mr. Cornejo is next, then we'll go to Van Nuys and Ankar Patel. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Carlos Cornejo, communications electrician, working under MOU 2 and 13. We support the communications backbone for the fire department. We take the calls from the dispatcher to the right fire stations, to the right police stations. With the current state, the furloughs, we're having to respond to service calls, and we're virtually not getting compensated for maintaining these public safety communication systems any more than what we have now. It's going to be advised that we're spread thin we're doing what we can. We recognize the importance of these responsibilities, but it's almost, it's getting old. We're not able to support them the way they need to be supported. So do the right thing, If this is phony baloney money with these leases that they're trying to do, that's fine. Let's figure something else out. We have to trust in you guys that you're going to do what's needed to be done for the long run and not just kicking the can. So that's
Thank you,
about
Mr.
it.
Cornejo, and thank you for your service as well. Van Nuys, our next speaker is Ankur Patel. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. All of the universities, all of the colleges in Tunisia have been shut down, absolutely closed down. Now, I know I often talk about nebulous concepts of transparency, nebulous to you as well, of accountability, of different places in the world and what's going on. But in Tunisia, all the universities have been shut down because of riots and protests by young people. 75% of the population is under 30 years old. And 50 of these protesters have been killed, murdered by their dictators and their superiors and their overlords. You are sitting on powder kegs here as well of homelessness and oppression, of disrespecting the public, of lobbyists. This city is one that favors the politically connected. And all of us here that come here to voice our opinions know this. And sometimes it feels like what we say doesn't matter. But I think it does, because you know that you are sitting on powder kegs, not just one of homelessness, not just one of student fees, not just one of bus fares, cutting services, but raising fares, not one of homelessness, I said that already, of health care. You are sitting on so many powder kegs that are ready to explode, of nonviolence. So far we have been nonviolent, protesting. Sometimes some of these protesters chain themselves to places and block traffic, and other people disapprove of that because it gets in their way. I can't get to work. I lost 5 minutes. But what happens when we are no longer peaceful? I am Gandhian. I am nonviolent. But some people won't stay that way. And you need to pay attention to all the different powder kegs that are ready to cause havoc and chaos.
Our next speaker is Jose Aguilar. After that, we'll go back to Van Nuys, and Rick Nightingale will be our next speaker. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. The reason I'm here is to oppose public partnerships that the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting took place on May 5th. Agenda item number 6, titled Special Presentation Regarding the Concept and Approval of Public Partner Privateships. I believe that public assets should be kept public, and the Sierra Club Parks Committee has taken an opposition to this. The other issue that I would like to address is the issue of any public assets being sold off for any reason. I do believe that the neighborhood council should be given 120 days to deliberate and provide their input on how best to deal with this issue. The fact of the matter is, you're bypassing the neighborhood councils. You're taking on this issue yourselves. You're not letting the neighborhood councils know that their public assets are going to be sold off or leased off or whatever you're going to do. I don't know if I'm wasting my time in participating with neighborhood councils. It seems like I might be. I really resent that if I am. And what I would like for this neighborhood council to consider is to allow the neighborhood council to deliberate on this matter and provide input. I'm going to agendize this next week for my neighborhood council in Ball Heights. But I would like other neighborhood councils to deliberate on this issue too. So that's all I got to say. I'm going to deliver this letter for the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, the Sergeant at Arms will take that from you. Thank you. Rick Nightingale is our next speaker in Van Nuys. After that will be Walter Bechtel back here in council chambers.
Yeah, Rick Nightingale. You know, this whole thing about the land and so forth happened a long time ago. When we don't have much in the San Fernando Valley. No, we pay over half the ticket for you people. But you took the San Fernando Valley Fair over there in Northridge here, that we had a beautiful fairgrounds there. And it did belong to the college, but the council people never said nothing about it. It was the only place in the whole San Fernando Valley that you could hold any type of event and it would succeed. But no, you saw some bare land and money-hungry people had to sell it. Now you're sitting with, I don't know how many millions of dollars sitting in the bank, 3 is it, that they got, but they got to spend it. But they have no place, they don't know where to go with the San Fernando Valley Fair. So what do? And if they don't settle it in the next year or so, that money is going to go into somebody's kitty because he says, you couldn't find a place. I mean, that's how this whole situation is. And you never give land away or sell it when you already got it. And the council wants to start giving different lands away and selling them. You people don't know what business is. You do everything to do it. But no, you keep giving everything away. And finally, Councilman Smith finally got some whatever to turn around and speak up since he's leaving now about layoffs and so forth. I hate it's a bad word, but you got to do it because you have to. Then the homeless is down there bitching and moaning and groaning about everything else. No, you have to look out for the better of the people. And it's hurting everybody, but the people that are paying the bills, you're hurting them the worst. Everything's in the toilet. The streets, everything. You can't even do anything. The law, you can't control it. There's shootings, killings, everything. But no, everybody's understanding that everybody wants more, and what can you give us? How about starting to do it for yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nightingale. Walter Bechtel is our next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Garcetti. Okay, I wanted to come back and say something. Thank you for the apology. But I wanted to say something about what Sarah Palin said on the radio, because it does have a bearing, I think, on some artists here in this city. She said something about referring, I think what she said, some blood, something or another. I think she was referring to the fact that the assassin himself appears to be a skinhead, and she didn't want anybody to go out and take people like Chad Morissette and his sister, his twin sister, and do anything to her, because as we know, Chad Morissette hung an effigy of Sarah Palin on his front lawn back in October of 2008 when she was on the campaign trail. So I think that she was referring more to don't go out and kill people like that, even though some of us feel like somebody ought to do something, because I'm not going to, my people have been in music for a long time, and if these people come from Canada or Lake Erie area, and they come out here and they rip us off and stuff, I can't get going until you get going. You are responsible as a council, and the mayor is responsible to see these people prosecuted. If you refuse to do so, and you keep protecting these people, as we remember, Chad Morissette was talked to, but his twin sister wasn't even on the news or nothing, but it was briefly mentioned on KNX that she also had an effigy of Sarah Palin on her front lawn too. And I just want to say that you continue to protect these people, and it's not doing any good. It's just like the emperor's new clothes. You keep saying the emperor's got clothes on. It's really looking stupid, because if you look at most of the people here, they ain't got no money or income, and it's really coming down the line. So you need to do something. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. That will close our general public comment for today. We will... I'm sorry, why don't you come forward? I just had the ones that were here. Come on forward. I'll fill one out for you.
My name is Issa K. Nexon. To my understanding, you are here to represent the population you serve. You are paid to be here, and I look around with many empty seats, or you're else chatting. You have a public very concerned about significant cuts. I came specifically to speak about two of them. The one on the graffiti abatement. A community that has unremoved graffiti and tagging reflects a community that has no power and is impotent, and the control is not in that community, but with other forces which negate the community. And the other has to do with a contract that had been made for the mural preservation and the removal of graffiti from murals. Now, you are here to represent us. You are hearing what we are saying. You are getting it from many points of view. You must do it. It's not a choice. This is what you've been hired to do by us.
Thank you, Issa Kay. Thank you, Issa Kay. That will close our general public comments. We'll go to items that have called special, and we'll start, as is custom, with a commission appointment that we have before us. Madeline Janis, if you'd like to come forward to the table, I'd like to recognize the chair of our Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee, Mr. Wesson.
Mr. President and members, this morning we had a lengthy discussion in committee where related to Ms. Janis's reappointment. She has served under the Hahn administration, under the Villaraigosa administration, and is up for reappointment. And I asked her when did she think she was going to have enough, and she said she has a commitment to serve. She's supported by a lot of people that we respect in this community. I thought that we had a great debate this morning, and as the chair, I'd like to say that the committee did recommend on a 3-to-1 vote that we reappoint Ms. Janis.
Thank you. Ms. Perry is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This morning I was in HCED and I was the no vote. And I spoke to Ms. Janis about my great respect for her legal acumen and her ability and her willingness to serve, and how much I have respected it over the years. My concern is this, and I laid it out during committee, and I'll try to do it succinctly today. We have established policies in the city, and my concern has been that the commissioner has not always evaluated development projects that come before the commission based on established city policy. I believe that in some cases, and I cited a recent case which I will do again this morning, that it has been detrimental to the goals of the redevelopment agency and has deterred private investment. Now, right now, if one were to examine how the redevelopment agency is utilizing redevelopment dollars, it would be apparent that a majority of the funds are being directed towards affordable housing and very little is being used for new business creation or existing business retention or expansion. Now, I feel pretty comfortable saying this because I've created and developed and had built and competed through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and I think I have more permanent supportive housing units in my district than anywhere else in the city, so I think my credentials on that are quite clear. I mentioned this fact to highlight that most redevelopment funds are not being used to create permanent jobs that are so desperately needed. Because I'm the council person, a lot of developers come in and talk to me, and over the past several years, the redevelopment agency has become a place to avoid. Most developers, except for affordable housing developers, tend to avoid the agency because of the lack of certainty. As of August 2010, the redevelopment agency had 128 active projects. 74 of those projects were housing and received $46.1 million in redevelopment agency funds. 44 of the active projects were public projects, including public improvements, community facilities, public facilities, and parks, receiving $25.8 in redevelopment funds. Finally, 10 of the active projects were commercial, retail, and industrial. 7 of those were commercial, and 3 were industrial, totaling $29.9 million in redevelopment funds. And I understand the CRA absolutely must dedicate 20% of their funds to affordable housing, so I'm not questioning that need, but I do question the balance. And then I have to look at the current city policies that contribute to this. I know that there is a perception in the development community that going before the redevelopment agency is a gamble, and in order for the development community to want to engage the agency, there needs to be clarity and certainty. Evaluating development projects and their merits outside of established city policies is problematic and can lead and has led to a dysfunctional culture in the agency. For example, and this is the example I cited in committee this morning, a disposition and development agreement for 812 East 59th Street was before the commission. It is in the Goodyear tract. It is the largest contiguous self-contained industrial area in the city. The project consisted of soil remediation and rehabilitation of 2 contiguous existing buildings, structural upgrades, repairs, new bathrooms, etc. The project will create 74 jobs within 5 years. 50% of those jobs will be living wage jobs. Additionally, the developer had agreed to have the on-site tenant meet all local hire requirements. The developer will lease the site to D&J Sportswear, and it will be used to manufacture clothing, with a portion of the building dedicated to the cutting of fabric-related trim accessories. Now, the board had this item December the 17th, 2009, and had to continue the item until January 21st, 2010, because the commission was stalled. Now, Commissioners Janus and Ling voted no. Mr. Ackerman has passed away. Mr. Ortiz voted yes. Now, I was really concerned, and I expressed this on the record, and I'm going to continue to do that, about the article I read in the LA Times that said the panel was divided on the plan to bring jobs to South Los Angeles. Garment firm would hire 40 workers in 4 years. Some members of the Community Redevelopment Agency say that's not enough, and I was concerned about the commissioner's quote that she was dubious about any garment manufacturer. Garment manufacturers, with few exceptions, have a long history of exploitation and treating their workers very badly. This concerned me greatly, considering the importance of the garment industry in the city and the fact that the developer had already agreed to hire locally, provide a majority of living wage jobs, and simply put, the project complied with our city policies.
Ms. Perry, we're a little over time. If you could
well,
6 on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't hear that. I apologize. Retract that, Mr. City Attorney, for the record.
Give me back my 10 seconds.
I apologize. Give her back another minute.
All right. I say this because this project complied with city policies and was subject to undue bias, in my opinion. Giving you a quick insight on the importance of the garment industry, in 2009, there were 6,872 fashion establishments in fashion or garment in LA County, employing over 100,000 people. Secondly, and then I'll make my final point, I'm concerned with a recent amendment brought forward by the Commissioner to eliminate an agency bylaw that requires the Redevelopment Agency Commission subcommittees rotate the subcommittee chair on an annual basis. Now, Commissioner Janus currently chairs the Strategic Initiatives Subcommittee and has been the chair since its inception in 2008. Now, for whatever reason, and I don't know why the agency didn't rotate this chair on an annual basis, but according to the bylaws, a chair must rotate annually. Thus far, this rotation has not been implemented. I would like to know much more about why this amendment was introduced and question the purpose and necessity of subcommittees. Now, you know, and after June, all of this may be moot because the governor may take care of this issue for us. But to my knowledge, the Redevelopment Agency is the only commission that has regular subcommittees, and in light of the agency's recent loss of almost 1/3 of its workforce through ERIP, I believe subcommittees may need to be considered for elimination to save staff time and to consolidate public participation on the record at the commission level. I know that the board will be considering this bylaw amendment at its next full commission meeting, and I am going to ask that this item be forwarded to City Council for review. That's the extent of my comments, and I was a no vote in committee, and I will be no vote here and make the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could provide that and writing that as well as thank you. Next on the speaker queue, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I rise in very strong support of Madeline Janus's renomination and service. Let me just say first, one of the things that we ask of our commissioners in general is to be strong, to have opinions, to speak their minds, to serve, not to be the instrument of the council that approves or the mayor that nominates, but to do well for the people. That's the idea behind the Citizen Commission idea. It came about in the 1920s when there was a feeling that too much was locked up right here in City Hall. And for the amazing salary of $0, we have commissioners who donate their time. And when I say they donate their time, this is often, some of our commissions literally become almost full-time jobs or very strong part-time jobs, as this is with the CRA. So let me start by thanking you for your service and spending the time to do that, because the people of LA may not know who you are, but they certainly get their money's worth and then some. They also have had in Madeline Janis somebody who has been a tremendous advocate. My personal experience in my own district, I'll start there and we'll go citywide, has been as good as I could imagine with any commissioner. Somebody who listens, somebody who, while has strong beliefs, always has an open ear to whether it's the business community, getting to a coalition. I can think of the work that this Commissioner, Madeline Janis, did around the development of the Hollywood and Vine project, which is around the W Hotel, which is affordable apartments, which is living wage jobs in a hotel, which is right there on a transit corridor, and making sure that the community was heard. And I think it's critical for someone who has a background in community organizing as well to be able to have that perspective on the board. That's something that's been added in my own district on a number of projects that I want to personally thank you for having done. Citywide, though, I think that we are sometimes too reactive. We have tremendous council members who who love their communities and do amazing work to bring development to places that haven't seen them. I don't think there's a conflict between what we just heard and the philosophies that you have brought, which is very similar, to make sure that we don't find a million ways to kill a project, which is quite easy, but that we find a way to get to yes. And I know that can be challenging, that can be difficult, but citywide, whether it's looking at our industrial policy and making sure there's land for industrial jobs that we chase away whenever there's a housing boom, whether it's looking at types of jobs we want to have, green tech corridors, things that will bring in California, the only area that we actually added during this recession jobs was green jobs, and I know the role that you've played there, or looking at the work that you've done outside, not just as a CRA commissioner, but making sure in this council that we've been able to expand the living wage, have worker benefits that are right, and that workers have that dignity. There are a lot of workers here today who are here to speak about their rights and their dignity and their wages and their benefits. We have truly had a warrior in Madeline Janis, and I, for one, know that with commissioners, I don't want to agree with them all the time. I never feel like you have undermined a single project. In fact, you have helped bring many of them to fruition in the renaissance of Hollywood, and I thank you for that. And so when I say that you have my strong support, we have talked a lot in recent times about making sure that we give commissioners a strong shake, that we look at them, that we vote our conscience on them. My conscience, knowing deeply who this woman is and what she's done, supports her 110%, and I hope that you all will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I'm on the committee that voted this morning, and I did vote to support Ms. Madeline Janis's reappointment. But at the same time, we had a dialogue, and it wasn't my intention to elicit any apologies for one of the previous interactions that we had when I testified. I filled out a comment card and testified before CRA, but one thing that I'd just like to apprise my colleagues of as part of the dialogue was a statement that I made and an agreement that you and I made with each other to dialogue more and to delve more into this point. And it's my understanding, I'll reiterate, it's my understanding that 80% of the public dollars in this country, and LA is no exception, 80% of the public dollars that are infused into affordable housing projects actually produces about 20% of the affordable housing in the community. Yet when it comes to for-profit developers, they actually have about 80% of the affordable housing units on average around the country in big cities like ours, and LA is no exception. Now, should that be the case, if it's some semblance of that balance or imbalance, what I said in committee is that if that's the case, how is that providing the maximum amount of housing for the neediest people that we all agree that we want to provide housing for, subsidized housing for? And if that's the case, then Madeline, that you and I would have more dialogue on how we would address that and how we would actually maximize the dollars for the maximum amount of units, not only of housing, but also translate that to the maximum amount of redevelopment money for jobs, especially good jobs, with the least amount of money, because everybody knows that the amount of money that we have to infuse in housing and redevelopment or what have you is very small compared to all of the need that we have here. So for us to participate in what seems to be a nationwide habit for governments to give 80% of the money for 20% of the housing, maybe in Los Angeles we should figure out how to get more of a balance where we maximize the money for the maximum amount of quality units. And that's one of the things that I'm sure that we all want. We don't just want to fund minimum amount of dollars for maximum housing. We want to make sure that the quality meets the standard as well, and that people are held to task to make sure that when they take our dollars and put them into the community and they claim to provide housing, that it's quality housing, not just shoddy work that people are living in conditions that nobody should live in or be subjected to. So with that, I just wanted to make it clear, because the committee is not necessarily televised or what have you. This is the bigger picture room where we make policy and make these decisions. And I just wanted to make it clear that that was the dialogue that we had today. I want to thank you for agreeing to working with me more in the future than we have in the past, especially on this dilemma. I consider it a dilemma, and that I think that if we address it as policymakers and as boards of the CRA and Housing Department, et cetera, we're going to have a lot more to show for what little dollars we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Janice Hahn.
Thank you, Tom LaBonge. Madeline, I've been a big supporter of yours, and I think it's your background with workers, with creating good jobs, that I think really makes sense for our redevelopment projects. And I guess what I would ask you today is, sort of maybe remake the case on how the redevelopment agency really is critical to our city's future, to job creation. The governor is proposing to eliminate CRA, enterprise zones. We took a stand yesterday, I believe, to kind of oppose that idea, but maybe this is an opportunity for you to kind of remake the case on what would that mean if we did not have a redevelopment agency. What kind of impact would that have? And I'm particularly would like to hear your on impact on job creation, which I know is a huge part of the redevelopment agency's goal and mission.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. I appreciate your support and being being warriors together in this long-term fight to lift our communities out of poverty and to really create shared prosperity, which is, I know all of our goal is to look at the city as an opportunity to bring business and labor and community together and environmental together, and really focus on the creation of good jobs and affordable housing and a healthy environment. I do think, in many ways, the fact that the governor has proposed to eliminate redevelopment completely is an opportunity for us to focus in on what the real purpose of redevelopment is, as the only strategic tool we have to look at poor, low-income communities that have had challenges, and think, what kind of business do we want? What kind of industry do we want? What do we want? What's the quality of life that we want to imagine is possible for these communities, to bring the voices of communities into a process, and then to actually have resources and power on the table to make things happen. And I think the argument will be that redevelopment would happen anyway, that business would come in anyway, that the market would produce results anyway. And I don't think it would produce the same kind of results if it would produce results at all. I'm really proud of the work we've done, all of us, over the last 6 or 7 years, to really think about, for example, construction jobs as an opportunity to really build up communities, to create a pipeline for the most disadvantaged people coming out of the criminal justice system, single parents, working with the building trades to bring those people in and make sure that they get an opportunity to have these jobs that are created with redevelopment dollars. And we've got, I was just looking at the numbers this morning, 49,000 construction jobs in the pipeline right now with redevelopment projects. 49,000 jobs, and these are all going to be good jobs because of the work we've done together to think strategically about it. Developers and the Central City Association and the Chamber all have supported this idea of a construction careers program. So that's just one element of, I think, a very comprehensive program to take the limited tools we have and really think comprehensively about how to make that work. I do think that sometimes we get off on, is this project good or that project good, and sometimes we get into the habit of waiting to see what comes in the door. And that sometimes where we may have disagreements about, and very, very seldom. I was thinking back of the 1,000 or so projects I've voted on. I think I've voted no on less than a dozen. So vast majority of the time, I believe in development. I think we do have to scrutinize every dollar we spend and make sure we're getting, as Councilman Cardenas was talking about, getting the biggest bang for our buck. And right now, even more so, we're going to have to show, but I think there's still tremendous opportunities, and helping us pull ourselves out of this economic crisis, redevelopment is just an absolutely essential tool.
You know, I appreciate that, and I think that was well said. And having said that, and I'm supporting today, I do want to give one more shout out to, I need more help in my project areas in San Pedro. Wilmington's had a project area that's kind of been languishing for 30 years. Watts really needs some extra care and attention. But let me give also a shout out to the staff of CRA. I mean, you have people like Charlotte Brimmer, who is so close to the community in Watts and really listens to what they want and figures out how to get this agency in tune. Last night I was at a neighborhood council meeting until 9 o'clock at night, and there was, Walter down in San Pedro meeting with the neighborhood council. So I want to put the community back into the community of the redevelopment agency, and I want you to kind of focus on making sure that we really are connecting the community and their needs and agendas to the, as you described it, a wonderful tool that we have to bring vitality to, underserved communities in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you for the extra time,
Very
Mr.
good
Long.
answers. Thank you very much. Mr. Alacon.
Yes, council members, Madeline Janus represents the kind of commissioner that I believe we need more of. In fact, she's one of my favorite commissioners, although I admit there's one at Public Works that's my most favorite commissioner. But I say that because she is willing to challenge the institution. The institutional wisdom that whatever business wants, business gets. She represents the little people of Los Angeles, the people that have the greatest challenges. She fundamentally believes that it is not her job to empower the empowered, but to empower those who have no power. And she's focused on upgrading the average wage of our workforce. Now, I don't know how those things are inconsistent with community redevelopment. Because in a city where 30% of the people are living below the poverty line, and far more are not able to sustain their own existence without getting help from charity and other forms of support, we need to focus on the workers who are paid minimum wage and try to upgrade their condition. I don't know anybody who thinks that the garment industry does not have a jaded history. It is something that we should understand, that it provides challenges. While it is an important function for the city of Los Angeles, we cannot ignore the realities of history. And I'm glad that Madeline is looking at those things. With regard to my own district, I can tell you that the Community Redevelopment Agency has been outstanding. The development of the Costco, Best Buy, Lowe's complex, where the Price Pfister plant sent jobs to a maquiladora in Mexicali, that was a tremendous success. The fact that we're building a municipal services building in Pacoima during the worst economy that we've seen is a tribute to the Community Redevelopment Agency. And the housing projects that we are building to provide support services to seniors and disabled, those are the kinds of projects that I've worked with CRA on. I would like to mention that with the Costco development, there was a very elaborate community benefits agreement that was negotiated. And it was Madeline who came out and worked with the community directly not just staff, but she came out and worked with the community directly to develop a community benefits agreement that was good for the developer and good for the residents surrounding that project. So I have no hesitation, and that doesn't mean that we have to agree with our commissioners 100% of the time. More importantly, they don't have to agree with us 100% of the time. And in fact, if they did, we wouldn't need a commission, a system of commissions. They need to challenge us. And I appreciate the fact that Madeline is progressive, challenging us to focus on the wages of the projects that we are supporting with taxpayer money. I'm glad that she is focused on ensuring that the developers and contractors are doing things in a way that is community sensitive. And I think she is a great commissioner for the City of Los Angeles. So for all those reasons, it's my pleasure to support her. I've known her for, I don't know, a gajillion years, it seems like. But she has been consistent as many people change directions, and if you can imagine the kind of opportunities that a lawyer and an advocate could have over the course of years, she stayed the course. Her purpose is to improve the lives of those who are struggling. That's her purpose. And if we don't need commissioners like that, I don't know what we need. Because that's absolutely what we need for the City of Los Angeles. So thank you for your service, thank you for your tenacity, thank you for your stick-to-itiveness, and thank you most of all for challenging us to be better than we are.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you. That was the last speaker on the queue, so it is time for vote on the renomination of Ms. Janis. Please.
Mr. President, pardon me. For clarification, the Housing Community Economic Development Committee report has been distributed to council and is now before you.
The recommendation out of committee was to reconfirm?
Correct.
So yes vote is to uphold that committee finding. Please open the roll. We had a hearing, sir, in committee. I announced at the beginning of the council meetings, as I do each time, it requires a council member to reopen a hearing. If someone's already had a hearing, it always has a hearing in committee or full council. So please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, that is approved. Thank you. We'll turn next to items 17 and 20. Mr. Smith will be recorded as a no? Okay. We'll make sure that that is reflected. Thank you, Mr. Smith. That is a 10-3 vote. If we can take up items 17 and 22 next, Mr. Parks, called special. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll go to 17 and 22 next. Mr. Parks.
Mr. President, could we do public comment on both of those and then go to closed session on 22 and then come back and discuss 17?
Okay, since we had public comment on these, so you need to reopen public comment? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, if we can please keep order.
Yeah, and we had a major public hearing on 17, so I'd ask that we maybe give 10 minutes on both sides. We've not had a public hearing, I believe, on 22.
Okay, just so folks know the statistics of the cards that we have 63 cards on item 17, 32 cards on item 22, and then 16 in which folks filled out cards on both of them, so a total of about 111 cards here today. So on different sides of the issue. Yes, Mr. Cardenas, did you have a point of information?
Yes. If we do open up public comment as recommended by Mr. Parks, would we be limited to 1 minute per card?
Depends on what the motion is before us. Yeah. I mean, obviously, to get through all 111, even at 1 minute apiece, that's about 2 hours of hearing. Also, a number of folks have expressed the interest in hearing where council members are to be able to respond to that. But Mr. Parks has moved to have the hearing at the outset. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that would be best.
Okay.
Because I think we should hear all of the comments before we go to closed session on the 22.
Yep.
And we should hear 22 before we look at the alternative.
And to be clear with folks, there will be council comments in open session as well before we go into the part that is agendized for the closed session. Our first speaker then will go 1 minute per speaker is David Bermudez from Central City Action Committee, and Lori Goldman will follow.
Good morning, Council President, Council persons. I'm David Bermudez. I work with Central City Action Committee, a graffiti abatement contractor. I want to make some points and then give another opportunity. 32 million square feet of graffiti was removed citywide through 2010. My organization alone removed 3.5 million square feet in Council District 1, 1 million in Council District 13. That may be due to Council President Eric Garcetti's implementation of UNTAG, which has been very successful. We have also been privileged to implement several other programs over the years, 20 years that I've been doing graffiti abatement. Who knew that it would go on so long? To the point of color matching, providing color matching service to various communities. I would like to think that this program continue to be funded.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service as well, David. Appreciate it very much. Lori Goldman is our next speaker.
Good morning, Council President Garcetti and council members. I'm here speaking as a longtime Hollywood community stakeholder, and our community plan, as many of you know, has been delayed about 25 years right now. We have still been waiting for our DEIR. I'm concerned that if you take money out of the planning department, we will never see our community plan update in Hollywood. So I'm asking you to please leave the planning department alone so Hollywood can have a new community plan.
Thank you. We have next Dr. Clyde Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Also on the Sierra Club Transportation Committee, and public-private partnerships of parking structures was a topic of discussion last week. However, public-private partnerships, will this go the same way that LAWA went on their utility design and build? Because these are strange concoctions. And one of the problems will be who's in charge of this project. In a public-private partnership, it's usually the contractor or the operator that will become in charge of the project eventually. And who will set the fees? We've already had the situation within the DWP regarding fees, rates, and what's going to be done. Myself, I would prefer that the city just increase every parking space for more than 2 hours by $10 a day per space. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Issa K. Mexon is next. I think she spoke earlier. I think it was on 17, not public comment. Richard Haldane is next. Is Richard here? I see him coming. After that will be Arnold Sachs. Good morning.
Good morning. Obviously, my brothers and sisters are here to discuss the CAO's recommendation to initiate more furloughs for the city's civilian workforce. This is now bordering on ridiculous. Every time that the city has a budget problem, the CAO's solution is either to lay off or furlough the civilian workforce. When the LAPD showed that it was $29 million over budget, mostly due to sworn overtime, the CAO solution was to lay off 225 civilian employees. Now the city has a $62 million budget shortfall, and his solution is to give more furloughs to certain civilians in the city's workforce. I am angry and outraged that this is the solution that has been come up with. The city controller has showed all of us that the city has over $260 million in uncollected parking tickets and even more for emergency service billings. And recently the city controller showed us that there was more than $48 million in uncollected fees from the housing department. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for your service. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After Mr. Sachs is Pat McCosker.
Quick clarification, Mr. President. Are we speaking on 17 only or 22
17
and
right
17?
now. 17.
Just 17. Thank you. Jeepers, what a surprise that this meteor is going to land in the lap of L.A. Who knew? Didn't know about it last year. I mean, you had discussions last year, saving $1 million over one thing, and I brought up the fact, all you needed was 200 more good ideas, and you'd have $200 million in savings. So this year, you need 300 more good ideas to come up with $300 million in savings. Ms. Hahn, I'm waiting for the motion. The gift shop downstairs, that's a good $1.280 right there. Headlines. The federal stimulus funding that is on hold. You didn't have the programs in place because you didn't have the training. And now you're going to have programs in place to alleviate this deficit. The same people who couldn't come up with the planning programs there are going to come up with the planning programs now.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Pat McCosker is our next speaker. And he'll be followed by Frank Lima.
Morning.
Good morning.
Pat McCosker, President Firefighters. We firefighters don't know whether you should privatize those parking garages or not, but we know what you shouldn't do. You should not further decimate your already decimated fire department. You're already closing 22 fire companies every day. You've eliminated 10 of your paramedic supervisors. That's 2/3 of the force. You're closing 9 ambulances. You've already closed 2/3 of your hazmat squads. And now this $11 million cut that's being recommended to you would mean another 8 or 9 engine companies, and you'd be putting on furlough public safety critical people, like the people that inspect and enforce the fire code and train us and keep our supply lines open, all those critical public safety functions. And we can't have it anymore because people are suffering in this city. When I was here on Monday, I told you about the 3 hospitalized firefighters. I didn't know then that we had another fire fatality in this city on Friday, and the second and engine company was closed in 1100 block of Hoover. This has got to stop. The public is suffering. They're at greater risk, and these people behind me are at the greatest risk. So please come up with a plan and fund your fire department.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Lima is next. Frank Lima. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Garcetti. Frank Lima, Vice President, Local 112. We realize the fiscal impact of the city. However, enough is enough. You can only play Russian roulette with public safety for so long, and we're here today because one of the reasons why unions were founded, and the core value is safe working conditions. These brownouts have resulted in civilian deaths and has resulted in close calls to firefighters. We have the best firefighters, paramedics, and inspectors in the world here. You get a jaws of life, you get a heart attack, you need firefighters crawling down a hallway in a smoke-filled room. You want these men and women behind me going after you. Now, we all took an oath in the most dangerous profession there is, one of the most, and we took that oath to take calculated risk, and we do that on a daily basis. However, we didn't sign up and take an oath to work in conditions where we're set up to die without backup simply because the CAO can't balance their budget.
Thank you, Mr. Lima. Our next... And thank you to all of our firefighters and paramedics for the service that you give the people of Los Angeles, and thank you for your patience this morning. We greatly appreciate you. Doug Haynes is our next speaker. After Mr. Haynes will be Jarrell Thomas. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Doug Haynes. I'm with the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council. And I just wanted to point out that eviscerating our graffiti removal budget is the wrong approach. We're desperate in East Hollywood for this service, and we absolutely need it. Also, eviscerating the planning department is the wrong approach because we're desperate, as Lori pointed out, in need of our community plans. I would point out that the budget proposes only a $1 million reduction for the mayor's office and the city council. That works out to approximately $62,000 for each of your offices. I would say we need to share that a little bit more. Instead of taking out $1.5 million from a graffiti reduction, if the council offices and the mayor's office could also have a similar reduction, that would, I think, be appreciated more by this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Jarrell Thomas is our next speaker. After Mr. Thomas, and folks can come up, I'll ask folks to actually just line up. The next speakers behind. Shannon Ellis will be after that, and Joe Gomez.
Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to say that, Jarrell Thomas, I'm representing the Coalition for Responsible Community Development. I just wanted to say, pretty much, during those budget cuts, the graffiti abatement is going to, play it's going to hurt a lot of people, especially in the Vernon Central community that I serve. I actually was a supervisor on a graffiti abatement company, and I was a horrible father at a young age. I was involved in violent activities, and working through that company and being able to, allotted that opportunity, actually, provided me with the opportunity to be a better father, to be a better man, to be a better person in my community. So I'm able to actually be a mentor to people, to young folks in our community who goes through our workforce development programs. The graffiti abatement provides first-time employment opportunities for young people in our programs who's ex-offenders, who's dropped out of high school, who's going through similar struggles as me. And so this really hurts me to hear that. And that's going to, and it just damages our community, and it provides civic engagement opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Council. My name is Shannon Ellis, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Coalition for Responsible Community Development. And I just want to bring to you all's attention that with this graffiti abatement program, we are able to remove 4.5 million square feet of graffiti in a 15.2 square mile of downtown Los Angeles. And with doing that, we're able to create jobs and also bring public safety to our neighborhoods. And by cutting this budget, we'll drastically increase gang activities in one of the most impacted areas, which is within City of Los Angeles area. We have 65 total gangs creating 12,000 members, and that is a lot that will impact the area by cutting this budget. So we just ask you on behalf of our organization to please do not cut this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Joe? Is it Gomez?
Good morning, Council. My name is Joe Gomez.
Gomez.
And I am the manager for the beautification team at the Coalition for Responsible Community Development. I have been a part of graffiti abatement for more than 9 years and am well experienced to understand graffiti abatement is an essential tool for public safety. When graffiti is on the wall, it's considered a newspaper for gang members and taggers, sending aggressive messages that cause tension between rival gangs. I strongly believe we are a vital piece to why homicides are at all-time historic low. We not only provide public safety services, but we also provide other services which create opportunities for young adults. I am a prime example of one of those persons that took advantage of those services. I recently passed my contractor's test, and I am now a contractor. And if it wouldn't have been for these services, I never would have been where I'm at right now. So I strongly encourage you not to cut the graffiti abatement program. We already had our share of cuts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Our next three speakers are Alice Goff, Dr. Doug Samark, and Connie Watson. Those are our next three speakers. Everyone will come forward. After that will be Sam Smith and Stephen Baldwin.
Council President, I'll waive my time for...
All right. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Alice Goff, President of AFSCME Local 3090, representing clerical and support services employees here in the City of Los Angeles. And we once again come before you to talk about the decimation of services to the City of Los Angeles and the opportunity for the employees, your employees, to provide for their families and for themselves in these difficult economic times. So we just ask that you work with us to find better solutions. There is a better way than the ongoing cuts both to service and to the livelihoods and the quality of life of our members here in the City of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Doug Seamark, Executive Director of the Gang Alternatives Program. In the minute that I've been generously allotted, there are a couple of points that I'd like to make. The first is an object lesson about graffiti. If this is 100% of the graffiti that goes up in a month and you take half of it out, that's what's left. The next month, if this is 100% more, you take half of it out. Sorry about that. That's what's left. The next month after that, you take half of it out. That's what's left. In CD 14 Boyle Heights, in CD 15 where we do graffiti abatement, approximately 170,000 square feet per month. At the end of 12 months, there's 1 million square feet of raw graffiti still sitting on those walls and sidewalks that will never be touched. I was on the internet this morning at 6 a.m. checking out streetbombing.com, fatcap.com, puregraffiti.com, and LA is the hot topic. LA about to open the doors to free graffiti. LA about to surrender.
Thank you,
Hey,
sir.
we
Connie
win.
Watson. Connie Watson. Following Connie Watson, Stephen Baldwin. Go ahead, man.
Good morning. My name is Connie Watson. I'm a contractor for graffiti removal in CD8. Graffiti is not just about removing graffiti from a wall with a little paint. You have to look at where can your money best be used. It can save 25 plus jobs in CD8, rehabilitate youthful offenders as our program does, reduce blight that attracts tax-paying businesses in the area, and reduce gang violence. In other words, you're putting living and breathing people first for a change. Parking, potholes, buildings, they're all valid issues, and I don't envy any of you at all. But they'll still be here in 6 months. If you cut these funds for graffiti, I promise you, what you will have then is more ordinances, with more opportunities for you to make motions for more rewards for violence that you will find in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Baldwin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. I'm Steve Baldwin with the LA City Fire Department. I help maintain the fleet. I understand the city's bleeding right now. I understand the city is a great city and it's supported by two strong legs, Los Angeles Fire Department and Los Angeles Police Department. Well, you've got a tourniquet around our leg right now and it's stopped the bleeding, but if it's not released, gangrene will set in, the body will die. I would think twice about future decisions you make on this subject. Thank you very much.
Sharon Romano. Sharon Romano? No Sharon Romano? Victor Gordo. Victor Gordo? From Pasadena. I saw you on TV.
I waved at you. Good morning, Council, Mr. President. The last budget cycle, this Council was asked to make some very difficult decisions, and it asked its employees to join you in those difficult decisions, and the employees responded. We're here to remind you and to urge you to support P3, because P3 was a very important component of the budget, of the last budget cycle. Already, the City of Los Angeles and the people of Los Angeles have seen reduced library hours, 911 services have been impacted, child care centers, trees. We're no longer trimming trees in the City of Los Angeles. Recreation and parks have been impacted. Animal control has been impacted. And we've closed 4 jails, causing police officers to commute back and forth between jails. Street services, I don't need to tell you the impact to the streets. And of course, planning, which has an indirect impact, not just to services, but to projects that can go forward. So we're urging you not to protect services and no more cuts. Thank you,
Victor. Ronald Ziff. Ronald Ziff.
Good morning. The answer to your cash problems is to improve systems and replace equipment that costs more to operate than replace. I'll give you one example. Our neighborhood council worked with Castle Park and Sherman Oaks CD2 to replace outdated equipment. The expenditure was $6,000. The park is now going to be saving $60,000 a year, a total of $1.2 million over the next 20 years. Very simple change, and we did it by replacing equipment that cost more to operate than to replace. The $54 million that's going to be generated by selling the parking lots is important, but the parking lot industry already owes more than $54 million in taxes. Just collect it. We made our improvements at the park without laying off one person and without reducing one service.
Thank you, sir. Leon Gubler. Ron? You're going to pass? Mr. Gubler, okay, thank you. Rafael Garcia. Rafael Garcia. Followed by Jacob Miller.
Rafael García, Servicio General. Concejales, hoy yo estoy aquí para decirle a ustedes y los ciudadanos de esta gran...
Hold on. Alto. We need an interpreter. Interpretation, por favor.
May I start from the beginning?
Well, if you can do it in Spanish, we need an interpreter, sir. If you're going to do it in English, you don't need an interpreter.
Concejales, hoy yo estoy aquí para decirle a ustedes y los ciudadanos de esta gran ciudad que están pagando impuestos, pero los mismos ciudadanos están recibiendo menos servicios. Hoy tenemos aquí mecánicos y técnicos representando departamentos de policía, bomberos y servicios general. Además tenemos aquí trabajadores representando el resto de los trabajadores de esta gran ciudad. Un momento. Los servicios de los trabajadores en toda realidad no se debe reducir. Yo ruego que con todas de sus buenas intenciones hagan lo que será lo mejor para el pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de los Ángeles. Gracias.
Esteemed council member, today I'm here to let all of you know that the citizens of this great city, us who are taxpayers, are the same citizens that are receiving less services. Today we are here, mechanics, technicians, we're representing the department, the police department, the fire department, and the Department of General Services. Also, here with us are workers representing the rest of the labor force of this great city. And then to tell you the truth, the workforce should not be reduced. That is a great reality. You should not reduce the workforce. I beg you that all along with your good intentions to do what's best in the best interest for this great city, for the Queen of Angels in this great city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
You have a great translator.
You're finished, sir. Jacob Miller, our final speaker on this matter, and the other cards will be put into the file. Go ahead, sir. You're our final speaker.
Thank you for your time hearing me out here. My name is Jacob Miller. I work for Department of Animal Services. I'm also a member of SCIU Local 721. Been a member of this city's labor force for the last 9.5 years. We cannot take any more service cuts. At this time, and I'm sure all my brothers and sisters behind me will agree, it is getting dangerous to work out there. Very dangerous. Yesterday, working at the shelter, if I had the right amount of staff to run things safely and adequately at that shelter, I wouldn't have almost got dragged down by a 100-plus pound pit bull that wanted to pull my face off. And this is what we deal with on a daily basis. This dog was turned in by an owner. You wouldn't even think that something like this would happen. Catches you off guard. We need to keep our staffing levels up. We cannot see more furloughs. We cannot see service cuts because just like what he had just said, we're paying the taxes. We should get a full, prompt service. That's what you guys have guaranteed us with our tax dollars. Thank you for your time.
All right, Mr. Smith on 17, and then we're going to go to 51. Mr. Smith, you budged your... We're done with the cards, sir. We used up the time. We're done with the time, sir. The cards are now going to be put in the record. Mr. Smith, you have a comment? We're going to... I can't hear you, Mr. Smith.
I pushed my button to be on the speaker queue after Mr. Parks presents.
Okay, all right, after Ms. Parks presents. Okay, so that is number 17. We've heard from the public. The other cards are in the file. We've allotted the time for that. Now the direction is to go to item number 22. And we have, I understand, 51 cards in the 22, and we'll go through these cards. So we will proceed with this. The folks that filled out cards on number 22. Yeah, Mr. Parks? 1 minute? Okay. For our clerk, 1 minute on the speakers on item 22. There's not an allocation of time, just 1 minute per speaker. And cards are in. We've called this item, so we'll not accept any more cards on number 22. Harold Hahn. Mr. Hahn? Harold Hahn, our first speaker. Pardon me, Janice? Any relation to Janice Hahn?
Her brother seemed to think so. Very distant, Middle West somewhere. We weren't totally sure.
It's your distant relative, Mr. Hahn. Go ahead.
A courtesy cousin.
All right, sir.
Okay, I'm Harold Hahn, Burton Way Homeowners Association. We are a neighborhood. Our hearts go out to the fire department. They are in trouble as our police, our last line of defense. However, my career was as a budget officer for the federal government. I had a chance to look at some of the documents produced by the CAO's office, and frankly, I was appalled. I was appalled at the poverty of the kind of work that was done there. There are umpteen millions of dollars outstanding owing the city. Why are they not being collected? You do not have a budget problem. You have a structural problem in the city which you are not dealing with. The budget problem can be resolved by giving the city attorney more money to collect the outstanding fees. You're not willing to do that, but that is where basically your solution lies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Fabio Conte. Fabio Conte, followed by Mariana Elena Durazo, followed by Lower Lake, followed by Cheryl Parisi, followed by Carrie Morrison. If you please line up behind the speaker. Fabio.
Good morning. My name is Fabio Conti. I own a small restaurant, Sunset and Vine, member of the Business Improvement District. I'm very concerned about the leasing out of the Cinema Dome parking structure. I've been there for 18 years. Took us forever to bring the area to pretty nice standard right now, and I think that leasing out the parking structure with an eventual increase in rates will set us back at least 10 years. I don't consider smart selling a kidney to pay the back rent. I think that's a vital organ for the community, and we need to keep the parking structure as an affordable parking for everybody that wants to come to Hollywood and enjoy the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mariana Elena Durazo.
Yes. Good morning, members of the City Council. Marilena Durazo with the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor. We are here obviously because of the city services that are at stake. This is about the economy. This is about LA residents who rely on services like the libraries and the parks, who unfortunately are getting closed down. Our streets that are not being kept up. Our firefighters, our public safety, who face cutbacks in services. Thank God for them, because without them we have greater risks in our communities. I work closely with business on a day-to-day basis. We work as partners time and time and time again. But this is about what is it that we're going to save and what is it that we're going to lose. And subsidizing parking lots, using that money to keep up our public services is what we need now. We need to preserve our services. We ask the City Council not to make further cuts in our services. Be courageous and live up to your responsibility as city leaders.
Thank you
very much.
Laura Lake, followed by Cheryl Parisi, followed by Carrie Morrison. Laura Lake.
Thank you. This budget has embarked on a cynical divide and conquer tactic between... I'm Laura Lake, for the record. We are all in the city together. I'm the daughter of union organizers. I resent the choices you are presenting to us today. It is wrong. We have other options. And the communities that rely on subsidized parking are the gooses that lay the golden egg. They generate taxes that you need. They are the collateral damage of P3. Think outside the box. You can mortgage these garages. You don't have to sell them. This is a 50-year mistake. And I urge you to sell the city auto fleet, cancel the insurance, cancel the junkets, and serve the people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Parisi with the Coalition of LA City Unions. I would like every city worker in this room to stand. Please stand. Each of these city workers represents a service to the community. And our communities have suffered enough. Our communities have suffered enough. How many more 911 calls will go unanswered? How many children will be cast out of services in the library and the Department of Recreation and Parks? How many more streets will be undrivable? You must stand for all of Los Angeles. Stay with the plan that you adopted when you adopted the budget. Support a strong parking deal. Stand for all of Los Angeles so that these workers can continue to serve all of our communities. Thank you.
Carrie Morrison, followed by Veronica Padilla, followed by Jay Bazar, followed by Mineola Newman. Those are the following speakers. Please come forward. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, members of the City Council. I'm Carrie Morrison. I represent the Hollywood Property Owners Alliance, 2 business improvement districts, the Sunset and Vine Bit and the Hollywood Entertainment District. In my 1 minute, I just want to say I want to encourage you to take the long view about how this will impact the city. We in Hollywood have been working for the last 15 years in partnership with this city to revitalize the retail and commercial economic engine that Hollywood is representing and will continue to represent to the city. It is no accident that over the last 15 years we've had 2 new hotels, 4 renovated theaters, the creation of Hollywood and Highland with the Kodak Theater, the Academy Awards. We have over 30 nightclubs, dozens of new restaurants, over 1,500 new residential units, many more projects on deck that have been stalled. And it is no coincidence that this happened concomitant with the creation of 4,700 public parking spaces at the Cinerama Dome and Hollywood and Highland. We are concerned that the middle zone of Hollywood will be compromised.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica Padilla. Veronica Padilla. Jay Bazar. Mineola Newman. Andrea Buchanan. Chris Bonwright. Your name, ma'am?
I'm Mineola Newman.
All right, go ahead.
I'm Mineola Newman, and I want to ask, we have been spending the last portion of my life cleaning a school here at T-Broadus. I've spent mornings sweeping, picking up trash and graffiti busting and all that good stuff, but we haven't had any representative to come and help us out that much.
It's your turn, ma'am. You speak.
Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Philip Hart. Philip Hart. Maya Zutler. Maya Zutler. Wolfgang Veith.
Philip Hart.
Philip Hart. Go ahead, sir.
Philip Hart. I'm Philip Hart. I'm a resident of Hollywood. I spend a lot of my time advising cities around the country. I just returned from Denver on Monday, Boston yesterday, where my former student Tom Menino delivered the State address. I help cities and towns balance their budget. I'd be willing to assist the City of Los Angeles to address this particular issue because I don't think you want to cut nor do you want to lease out the parking garages. I'd be willing to volunteer my time to help the CAO in this city balance your budget. Thank you.
Sir, your name?
My name is Wolfgang Veit. I'm a resident in Westwood for over 40 years, and I like to stay that way. And we have a dangerous situation that our business district is going to collapse if this parking garage is going to go. For me, as an engineer, this deal makes absolutely no sense at all. What we have here is a panic giveaway by the city for a one-year quick fix for the budget to save some jobs. They're not going to be saved next year anyway. What you're doing here is selling to private corporation parking garages at $6,000 per parking space when the replacement cost is $16,000. I mean, no private corporation would give their parking garages away for that kind of condition. This needs to be rethought, redone, and re-offered, this deal. It's impossible.
Your name, ma'am?
Joy Bazar, lifelong resident of Los Angeles and of CD6. Graffiti removal is a first line of defense against criminals who desire our neighborhoods for their destructive purposes. As a woman said previously, cutting the graffiti abatement budget, citizens will have no control and no power against the criminal elements who seek to mess up what we, the people, cherish. Graffiti attacks our traditions of beauty and culture here in Los Angeles. We must remove it. Also, I'm against reducing the workforce of LA Services.
Good afternoon,
Maya Zettler on behalf of VICA, Valley Industry and Commerce Association. We are here to express our strong opposition to this item before you today to have the city lease out 9 parking garages, 3 of which are in the San Fernando Valley. We have other options and we should not be pitting our residents against one another. We need to ask ourselves if the short-term gain for the city is outweighed by the negative consequences that we will face over the next 50 years. We need available and inexpensive short-term parking to be available as it is vital for all of our business communities across the city. We are competing with neighboring and outlying cities that offer free short-term parking, cities like Beverly Hills, Culver City, Pasadena. We need to ask ourselves if the city is going to want to compete with these cities in the future. We need to continue to have these parking garages so that we can continue with our long-term investments for the future of our communities. Parking garages need to prosper so that our business communities can prosper. This will in turn generate the tax revenue for our city that you need to help provide the city services. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis Schilling. Ma'am, your name?
Adrienne Buchanan.
Pardon me?
Adrienne Buchanan.
Go ahead. We called you earlier. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, President Garcetti and council members. I hope you approve the parking deal and not further decrease the quantity of service that your city workers provide. Your lowest paid workers that's being furloughed now are dedicated and work beyond the call of duty. Let me give you one example. An employee was coming to work early to process the needed paperwork so that they can get their day started. And he used his own time to prepare before the office opened so that the constituents wouldn't wait a long time to receive their paperwork, which he was told not to. I just wanted to point that incident out to you because we are the frontline workers assisting over the phone, at the public counters, behind scenes, and in the field, and we work hard to keep our constituents happy. So with all of that said, please support the parking plan so that our constituents will be serviced in a timely manner, and they want to continue to conduct business in the city of LA. Thank you.
Louis Schilling. David Friedman. Ernesto Flores. Judy Nest. Dr. Clyde Williams. Lori Goldman. Your name, sir?
David Friedman.
David, go ahead, sir.
My name is David Friedman. My family and I have owned a business in Westwood Village since 1946. But lately, we've been very distressed at the thought that the City Council might even consider voting for P3. Selling of parking structures is opposed by virtually every business and homeowners group that I've contacted. Everyone knows that the city's mismanagement and poor job of collecting funds has led to this, and now you're wanting to punish the citizens of Los Angeles for the poor decisions that were made in the past and you're continuing to make now. A restructuring of how business as usual is conducted in LA is needed, not a short-term solution that will create a 50-year, long-term budget problem by being a jobs and revenue killer. P3 is a horrible way to partially balance your budget and will do nothing for the $350 million deficit you're facing for the next budget. Those layoffs will come anyway next year. P3 is a Band-Aid fix on a huge wound that will likely kill Westwood Village if enacted, and many of you want to leave a legacy. It will not be how many jobs you save. It will be that you put the final nail in the coffin for Westwood Village. Thank you.
Louis Schilling, Ernesto Flores, Judy Ness, Dr. Clyde Williams, Lori Goldman, Bob Schoonover, Arnold Sachs.
Lost my card again.
Sir, your name?
I'm Lori, so I don't know what order we're in.
Your name?
Good morning. My name is Ernesto Flores.
Go ahead, sir.
I work with Pacific Graffiti Solutions. We do councils 5, 11, and 4. And I heard about the graffiti budget cut. I just think it's outrageous because if you cut the budget in half, you're going to have, as soon as the kids get the word out in the street, you're going to get free play for all the walls in the city of Los Angeles. Everything that gets tagged is going to be double worse than it is now. So the budget that you guys cut now, you guys might end up wasting double to actually try to repair the budget later on. So I just think it's outrageous and it shouldn't be cut. Thank you.
Thank you. If I've called your name, come forward and speak. If your name's been called, then come forward and speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bob.
Bob Schoonover, President SEIU 721. Last April, this city council passed a budget that included the parking revenue money. Now, halfway through the year, with no alternative, is no time to back out of this deal. You can't tell me in 8 months you can't sell a parking lot in Los Angeles. City services are at unacceptable lows. Even this building is infested with rats due to cutbacks in janitorial services. I urge you today to stand up for city services, for city employees, and for the city and the taxpayers. Let's find a solution. Let's quit changing our mind. Parking lot revenue that people rent the parking lots, they're not going to leave them empty.
Thank you.
Private business will fill.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, council members. Lori Goldman, representing Central Hollywood Neighborhood Council as a board member and officer. CHNC opposes P3, the public-private partnership for our parking structures, because we believe that your analysis is flawed, that the budgeting is short-sighted. It puts Hollywood at a disadvantage with neighboring cities that have subsidized and affordable parking, and it hurts our businesses that depend on affordable parking. CHNC asks you to oppose this contract.
Thank you. Next speaker, come forward.
Good morning. I'm Judy West. I'm a rec assistant and a grandmother whose children use the parks. I'm saying please do not cut the budget of the rec assistants. Please no for the alternative plan. Reject it. That would be $2.8 million out of rec and parks, and it would close class parks, it would shut down some of the other parks, and the parks keep the kids off the streets. When we're there, we help them. We are there, we care about them, and the gangs don't come in. It takes a lot less money to pay the rec assistants than it will the police to help get rid of the gangs when they move into those abandoned parks. I would love to see the city do its job and collect the money that should have been collected to keep our kids and communities safe. Please, please support P3.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning again. Arnold Sachs. So you sell the parking garages this year. What's the budget deficit for next year, and what's the plan to solve that? It's a rollover situation. The real problem, and unfortunately nobody mentions it, is that the cost of government is too expensive to keep up on the backs of the people who are paying for it. The benefits and the pension programs that are being offered by the city are just too expensive. Mr. Reardon, when he changed the age, lowered it down to 50, that added 10 years onto pensions. The mayor's new plan, 2% for new hires in 25 years. But if you get a pay raise every 5 years, that means they get a 25% pay raise over the term of their employment. When you just start discussing no more layoffs, that's fine. But you need to find an answer to the cost. And the answer lies in the benefits. Discuss that, and you might find a situation. You found with parking garage...
Thank you. Daniel Block, Bruce Gorlick, Jacob Miller, Johnny Clark, Rafael Garcia. Go ahead, sir, your name?
Hi, my name is Daniel Block. I'm here with the Bruin Lobby Corps and also as a resident of Westwood. I grew up in the Bay Area. My dad went to UCLA, and I always got to hear stories of his great adventures through Westwood when he was in college. When I got here, needless to say, I was very excited to be living in Westwood and attending UCLA. But I noticed the culture had somewhat started to decline, even though small businesses still held on to their clientele. When my sister comes down from the Bay Area to visit, she's in a wheelchair permanently, and even though her wheelchair placard allows her to park at any meter for free, we still need to use the Bronxton garage. It's accessible and it's cheap, and it allows us to support the small business owners of Westwood. Without that parking garage and other parking garages throughout LA, we'd have to take our business outside of the city when she comes down for visits. Johnny Carson once said the only culture in LA was in the yogurt. And while I disagree with Mr. Carson, and I think there's great culture throughout the city, not providing us with places to park and experience it may make his joke a reality.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jacob Miller again. Thank you for giving me this time again. Once again, I can't stress it enough. We can't keep seeing these furloughs continue. Just to give you another example of what we're looking at, you know, when I first started off with the city, I worked at a shelter about half the size of what I work at right now. Now it's about double the size, and on average, we'll see about half as much staff as what is needed. At a shelter that operated about half the size as what we have now, we're able to operate the graveyard shift off of 2 employees and 1 officer. Now, we're lucky at a shelter about double the size if we have 2 animal care technicians on during the graveyard shift and 1 officer who is typically out in the field, which takes 1 animal care technician off his duties and making it so he has to answer the phones to provide emergency services for people, which is what we do after hours. I think it's very important that we take a look at this because, once again, this all has a cascading effect on the entire city and all the services we provide. Thank you.
Your name?
My name is Johnny Clark.
Johnny Clark.
I work for the Division of General Services Publishing. I want to speak upon, because when we're the second largest city in America, and I don't understand why we're doing all the major cuttings. I know other cities are cutting, but I also lived in a city years ago, back in the 90s, where it bailed itself out of bankruptcy, which was City of Orange County. And now that we're all going through this, now we have to suffer. What I realized when I talked to a lot of members in the city of Los Angeles, you guys are going to put a lot of single mothers out here, because we have a lot of moms who are counting on that check to take care of their whole family. When you have a single dad and his income is the only check that's coming in at that time to pay for his family, maybe his spouse is laid off. What I'm trying to get you guys to reconsider, when we heard the guys up here previously speak about homelessness, that's what we're going to be putting city employees to become homelessness, because a lot of us are 1 or 2 checks away from being homeless. Just because we work for the city of Los Angeles doesn't mean we make a lot of money. And everybody thinks we make a lot of money because we work for the city of Los Angeles. What I'm asking the city council is to reconsider, find money. We're sitting on $500 million down at the mayor.
All right, thank you, sir. Rafael Garcia, Bruce Gorlick, David Bunjak, Laurent Gubler, Sam Smith. Any of those folks here? If you're here, come forward.
Good day. I'm Laurent Gubler here representing the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber continues to have serious reservations about the proposed 50-year lease of the city garages and whether they are truly in the best interest of Los Angeles and Hollywood. We outlined in a letter last week to the City Council the actions that would be needed to protect Hollywood's interests should the City Council decide to proceed with this lease. Those steps include maintaining a retail validation program, providing a locked-in rate for Cirque du Soleil and special events, honoring existing agreements, and scrapping the 1/8 mile restriction for new garages in Hollywood. We trust that the City Council will consider the potential negative consequences of proceeding with this lease and that you would not approve actions that would jeopardize the success of the Hollywood retail and entertainment core. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, your name?
My name is Dave Bunjak. I'm president of 777 LA chapter. Here we are again. Our budget this year did include P3. That was on the table for probably about the last 3 years. This is one thing that we've kept going over and over again, and it just seems like we keep revisiting this. The alternative plan, it seems a little draconian, especially now. We're talking about another 10 days of furloughs to people who have been imposed 26 furlough days. We're talking only $21 million, which doesn't seem like a whole lot. It's only a third of the savings that's been listed. I think that if we could just do the P3 deal that's been approved or budgeted for, that we could avoid all of this mess that's in the plan here, in the alternative plan. We're encouraging you to stick to the budget and get this plan approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your name, sir?
Sam Smith, Chairman of the Board of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you.
Council members, first I want to thank the council and the city employees, and especially the CAO, Mr. Santana, for the time and effort that they put in working with us on the P3 proposal. However, at the end of the day, what we found is that the basic premise of P3 is a fallacy. It's based on the premise that parking is a commodity, and in fact, city parking is a resource for the community. If we shackle that resource, we will imprison the economic engine that drives the taxes that support these people whose services we do rely on. So we ask you to please consider that basic premise. I'm glad I'm not sitting on your side of this microphone today. These decisions are tough, but we ask you to please not approve P3.
Thank you. Okay, the next group, please come forward, and that's Carol Magnuson, Philip Gabriel, Stephen Resnick, Linda Mock, Ronald Ziff, Clinton, looks like Schultz. Go ahead.
My name is Carol Magnuson. I'm a resident of Westwood Hills, a member of the board of the Westwood Community Council. I am also a former union member. I carried a union card for 10 years. My husband was a public employee for 40 years. I was a public employee for 20 years. I'm very disturbed to hear people coming before you saying, in order to save public jobs, you have to devastate a business community. I think that you have alternatives. We've heard them. hire city attorneys so that you can collect the millions of dollars of uncollected fees. I'm also somewhat confused when I hear suggestions to freeze police positions. Are we not paying a trash collection fee in order to keep the full force of police on the street?
Thank you, ma'am. Your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Philip Gabriel. I own 2 stores in Westwood Village. I own a Baskin & Robbins and Scrubs Unlimited. And I'm here to tell you today that I will have to close both of them. And we'll be throwing at least 6 or 7 people out of work who have families, and they will have to go into unemployment or other welfare type services. I cannot keep my stores open if I don't have the inexpensive parking that we have in Westwood Village. And there's at least 4 major deals on the table right now for tenants who want to sign in the village. They will walk away from the village if we lose our parking. This proposal will do nothing but make hundreds of businesses close all over LA and throw thousands and thousands of people into unemployment lines and to your food banks and to your shelters. So I urge you, I beg you, please don't do this. I'd like to be able to feed my family, and my employees like to be able to feed their families. So please consider the thousands of people will be unemployed and hundreds of businesses that will have to close. Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Stephen Resnick, President of the Westwood Homeowners Association and Secretary of the Westwood Neighborhood Council. Everyone, we are united. I represent thousands of people in the community, and we are united in opposing P3. Without the Broxton Garage in Westwood Village, businesses, as you've already heard, will leave and employees will not have jobs. From the community impact statement that the WNC submitted to you, permanent 2-hour free parking is essential to the revitalization of Westwood Village. Please vote no on P3. Thank you very much.
Are you Linda Mock?
Linda Mock.
Go ahead.
Board of Westwood Homeowners Association, here for some neighbors who couldn't come also. Again, this will be repetitive, but we were begging you not to lease these garages out. Obviously, people are not going to go into Westwood and pay to park to shop, since they can go elsewhere and not pay to shop, and businesses will close, etc. You should do the exact opposite. Instead of 2 hours free parking, you should have 4 hours free parking. Then people can go and have dinner, go to a movie, shop. It should be the exact opposite, and we are just begging you, don't destroy Westwood anymore. Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Clinton Schutte.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, council members. My name's Clinton Schutte. I'm owner of Oakley's Barbershop in Westwood, California. We're the oldest business in Westwood since 1929, and we've been in business since 1898. Our business clientele is Westwood, UCLA, Wilshire Corridor, Brentwood, Bel Air, Beverly Hills, and most of my clients were former students at UCLA that come to shop from further distances away for their hair service at Oakley's. I personally have faxed lots and lots of petitions from our clients, as well as emails sent to you to let you know the very large cross-section of our clientele does not want the Broxton lot parking structure privatized. All the clients have spoke with regard to the sale of the parking structure and very much opposed to this sale. We have filed petitions to let you know strongly that they oppose this sale. I currently occupy the business seat for the Westwood Community Council and the Westwood Neighborhood Council, and I ask you today to please vote against this very, very bad plan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ronald Ziff, you're our final speaker on this section. Go ahead, sir.
Ronald Ziff, Land Use Chairman, Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council. Just like to be very brief. You don't have to lay off a single employee. You don't have to strip the city's assets. You don't have to cut a single service. All you have to do is collect the taxes and fees that are already due. I urge you to vote no on P3.
Thank you. Shannon Montoya, David Ewing, Robert Smith, Sandy Brown, Stephen Sand, Rick Chancellor, If you'll please come forward. Are you Shannon Montoya?
That would be me.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you very much. My name is Shannon Montoya. I represent Napa Valley Grill, which is a restaurant in Westwood Village. I'm also on the Westwood Community Council on the board. I'm here to obviously oppose this item, and I've been in the village now for 9 years. When I first got there, it seemed as though it was going in a very positive direction. There were a lot more of the spaces in the village occupied with great shops, some better restaurants. Over the last couple of years, obviously, with the way the economy has gone, things have drastically changed. The village is in a very dire situation, and by making decisions like this one that is a short-term fix will only bring the village down further and may not be able to get it back to what it used to be, which is a vibrant shopping destination. That is what our goal is. At Napa Valley Grill, we're there. We're a fantastic restaurant. We want people to be able to come shop by cutting back on some of these great services that allow people to come in and have free parking. It's really just going to destroy things, and so I'm here to oppose.
Thank you. Next speaker, sir. Your name?
Good morning, Robert Smith with the Painters and Allied Trades Union. I'm actually not to speak on the merits of P3, but actually to the one of the folks that are qualified to bid, actually Starwood Capital. Starwood Capital, the concerns I have with Starwood Capital being the Concerto project right here on 9th and Figueroa. They bought pennies on the dollar through the FDIC, that loan, through the Chorus Bank failure. That project, Tower 1 is 90% done. It's start again, stop again, games with Starwood. Tower 2 is a 60-foot hole in the ground that will employ 1,000 building trades members for 2 years, and it's just back and forth. They want to play a game with that. But the thing is, if they do this type of business, play games, and they want to come to Los Angeles, and, Barry Steinlich made a comment in the New York Times in regards to being the Saudi Arabia of condos. Well, now maybe they want to be the Saudi Arabia of our parking structures.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up. Next speaker, your name, please. Sandy Brown?
Sandy Brown, and I'm president of the Holmby Westwood Property Owners Association in Westwood. There's an awful lot of unrest in this chamber today. There's an awful lot of unrest in Westwood if you get rid of this garage. Regardless of what you do today, there are going to be layoffs and there are going to be furloughs. It wasn't right for the state to sell off its public assets, and it's not right for the city to do the same. We ask you today, Mr. President and all members of City Council, please turn down that lease. Thank you.
Your name, sir? Your name, sir?
My name is Stephen San. I am the chairman of the Westwood Community Council and the chairman of the Westwood Business Association. Council members, I'm here to urge you, as you have heard from countless speakers, P3 is a perfectly atrocious proposal, and I can't imagine there's a single member of the 15 of you that does not recognize that. You have some very unfortunate choices facing you, but please take the long view. 50 years, a half century, you will hobble some of your most important economic engines, Hollywood, Westwood, Robertson, areas of the San Fernando Valley. These are the very communities you need to be firing on all cylinders to create jobs, to create tax revenue, TOT tax. These are the economic engines that will employ these union workers who deserve their jobs. But if you hobble these communities for 50 years for a short-term 6 or 9-month fix, I cannot imagine a more short-sighted thing to do. I urge you in the strongest possible terms, turn down P3, find alternatives. We want to work with you. This is not the choice. This is not the right solution.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. There's David Ewing and there's Rick Chancellor.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm David Ewing. I'm a resident of Venice. I think the P3 proposal, as it's been presented, has been a parade of false choices. straw men. I don't think that the choice here is between doing this deal and having a $50 million hole in the budget. It's a question of how are you going to effectively manage this resource. If private capital can make money on this resource, on these assets, so can you if you're willing to manage them effectively. I understand that there's already $1 million debt on this, and that needs to be paid down in order to float a bond on them. But this can be done. This is not an impossible thing. You're going to have less money to pay for police and fire and all the other services that you want to provide if you do this. It's not a question of paying for police or fire.
Thank you. Rick Chancellor. Thank you.
Rick Chancellor with the McDevitt Company. We represent Topa Properties, the Anderson family, who are the largest single property owner in Westwood Village. We have a lot of vacant space to lease in Westwood Village, and we all remember when Westwood Village shined in the 70s and 80s. And Westwood can be there once again. We have Target announcing that they're coming into the ground floor of the former Macy's. When Ralph's moved in and immediately did $50 million in business, it showed that Westwood Village is economically capable of producing jobs and vitality. However, those businesses have parking. 95% of the businesses in Westwood Village do not have parking. Every other city provides 2-hour parking. If you approve this proposal, you will do what every other city has not done. Every other city has provided 2-hour parking. Beverly Hills, Culver City, Santa Monica, all these cities recognize you need to do this.
Thank you. The next group, please come forward. Constance Bukidis, Greg Swindelson, Mr. Dragor, looks like Snane, Wendy Snane. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Constance Bokidis, a lifelong resident of Westwood and a director on the Westwood Neighborhood Council, who voted unanimously last October against P3. And as my fellow board member stated, there's thousands of people in Westwood, whether it's the homeowners groups, parents, families, the workers, business owners, who are against implementing this in Westwood with regard to the Broxton Garage. We compete with Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Century City, the Westside Pavilion, all of which offer free parking. Implementing P3 in Westwood will kill jobs and revenues for the city of L.A. The people who work at the stores and restaurants in Westwood are just as entitled to keep their jobs as the city workers are. Increasing parking fees in Westwood will kill those jobs and decrease the city revenues. Additionally, the 1/8 mile restriction will mean no public parking in Westwood, since all streets are within that range of the Broxton Garage. P3 is short-sighted, and the experiences in Chicago and other cities have shown it is folly to rely on this to solve your financial problems.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Greg Sweetelson with Cinerama Dome, Dome Entertainment Center, ArcLight Cinemas. First of all, I wanted to thank you for your service here. It's been a demonstration of democracy, seeing all the interesting voices being expressed today. I wanted to come out and make a statement about the P3 program. I don't have the time today to make a formal stance on it. We put that forth in a letter dated January 5th that has been provided to both the CRA and also to the CAO's office, which I refer you to. I did want to take this moment, though, just to reiterate our very strong concern over the parking rate increases proposed by the P3 program. Tenants are not in a position these days, nor are consumers such as ourselves, to pay $5, $6, $7, $8, $9 for shopping, for theater, or for restaurants. And given the economy we're in today, it's just totally unfeasible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Wendy Shane, and we've had a business on Broxton for over 40 years. And I've watched it in its heyday, and I've watched it when it was called a ghost town. And honestly, I can't imagine not having 2-hour free parking at this point. I watched the lot across the street go to $20, and the other lots go to $20 whenever there's a premiere or an event or something going on. And all the customers talk about is the parking. It is the one major issue, even over the homeless, even over the graffiti, or even over anything that goes on in Westwood at this point. And I can guarantee there will be more businesses closing, and I don't see it surviving, the whole village itself. Honestly, I think it will be absolutely devastating. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garogar, let's go to the San Fernando Valley for Ankur Patel. Ankur Patel.
Thank you. Fire and brimstone. It's a horse and pony show, right? False choices. You make us choose between parking structures or graffiti removal or furloughs. These are all false choices because you guys are sitting on so much money. You're wasting so much doing so many other boneheaded things. I'll bring up the city treasurer's report where you have $5.8 billion and you're investing that into businesses like Coca-Cola and Nike and McDonald's, hundreds of millions of dollars in bonds to each of these, and we're receiving 1, 2, 3, 4% in revenue. We're receiving 1, 2, 3, 4% on $5.8 billion that we're investing into Coca-Cola and Nike while you won't invest into your own damn city. You need to put the money back here instead of receiving 1, 2, 3% there and then paying 10, 12, 15% in debt services. Right? How much debt are we paying interest on, and how much debt do these parking lots owe us, these parking companies?
Rogelio Flores. Rogelio Flores. Bill Papatus. And Brent, looks like Gooseford. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Rogelio Flores. I'm a graffiti contractor. I just wanted to advocate for the graffiti program. We cannot stand a 50% cut. There's no way that our operations will be able to operate. That goes for all the groups. We're all in the same boat. There's 15 contractors throughout the city. If each group were to not remove the graffiti that they normally do, it'd create a tremendous impact in our areas. The broken window comes into effect here. You leave the graffiti, it leads to drops in residential property values. Businesses lose their clients. The communities that are hit the most now, you can imagine where they'll be if these cuts do go through. Drive-by shootings, we see this in the news all the time. The graffiti will lead to drive-by shootings. It seems like every time there's a drive-by shooting, the people that get hurt are the innocent, and we can't allow this. See, there's, well, I guess I'm out of time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Bill Papoutsis. I'm a Westwood resident, and I believe that we need affordable parking in Westwood, so I'm opposed to P3. We should keep the parking lots the way they are today and not lease them out to private corporations. Westwood Village will be devastated, I believe, by increasing the parking fees when you consider that Beverly Hills, Century City, Culver City, Westside Pavilion, they all offer free parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Your last name, sir?
Brent Gaisford.
Gaisford, okay. It was your spelling I couldn't understand. Go ahead.
I'm here as a member of the Westwood Neighborhood Council and as a UCLA student. I'm here as a member of the Westwood Neighborhood Council and a UCLA student here to oppose the P3 plan. The fact is that LA Basin is broken into too many small cities who all offer free parking. If parts of LA do not offer that free parking, there's no reason for customers to come into LA. They'll go to all those other cities. Furthermore, this is putting a bandage on a wound that's too big to be fixed. Yeah, you may plug your budget deficit this year, but next year you're going to have even more problems. And people all across the city know that this is a problem. Every single every single neighborhood council that we approach opposes this plan. I started an online petition that's gathered more than 2,000 signatures from people in our community who are opposed to this plan, and we've gathered more than 700 in person as well. The entire city opposes this plan, and you need to block it. I'd like to submit this into the public record.
Sergeant Arms will take it from you. Thank you, sir. Luis Policia. Luis Policia.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Luis Policia, and I'm here representing Michael Viscuso and property 6608 Hollywood Boulevard. That's right mid-Hollywood Boulevard in the heart of Hollywood. Mr. Viscuso was a part of the vitalization of the Gaslamp Quarter in San Diego, and he came to Hollywood and invested over $20 million to revitalize this Hollywood property. We opened our business at the end of 2008, right in the beginning of our economic downfall, and it has put us in a situation where we can only open 2 to 3 days a week just to keep it running. If you decide to sell the parking structures to a private investor that in turn will raise the parking fees to our patrons, it will kill our business. I know that public sector does a better job of managing projects like parking structure. Instead of selling off the parking lots for 50 years to fill a budget gap of 1 year, why don't you just have private local companies run the lots and find other ways to fix the physical budget gap?
Jay Handel? And that'll be our final speaker before our last speaker. I said that'll be our final speaker before our last speaker. Go ahead, Mr. Handel.
Thank you, and thank you for the courtesy. My name is Jay Handel. I'm the chair of the 2011-2012 Budget Advocates for the City of Los Angeles Neighborhood Council system. You know, it's pretty evident the problem we have here is structural. It's not about parking structures. It's not about graffiti. It's about the big picture. And what we have here is we have a P3. It's P-poor planning is what we have. And what we need to do is figure out the bigger picture. We had the same problem with parking in Brentwood Village with the VA. We fixed it independently. We didn't sell it. We didn't lease it. We fixed it. You have an issue now where you're going to be $363 million in a hole in July. What's the plan? This is the four-letter word nobody wants to talk about here. The mayor doesn't want to talk about the B word, but nobody wants to talk about the P word, the plan. What is the real plan to give us our services back, keep people working, reduce our infrastructure costs, and make this the best city in the United States of America? There's no plan.
John Walsh, our final speaker.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org, 1 million hits a year. Kevin James on his KRLA station asked his listeners to call in on this parking lot giveaway. I understand thousands. You were flooded with thousands and thousands of calls thanks to KRLA. Here, I never saw anything like this. We have the business community, the homeless community, the labor community, you name the community, and we're all in together against this council. I have never seen anything like this, and I've lived in this city since '76, and I actually lived here in '66 for a short period. I just want you to know that from now on, I will ask for a receipt for every card, so it doesn't get lost, HollywoodHighlands.org.
That's our final speaker on this matter. Mr. Clerk, your name, sir. What's your name? Medina. What is it?
Gallo Medina. There's a card on.
Sir, every card was called. They're all gone. And I may have called your name. You weren't here, but every single card was called. Every single card. There are no more cards. Mr. Labange?
Yeah, second. Yeah.
Then Mr. Labange moves you speak. Go ahead. You got a minute, sir.
I'll only take 1 minute.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm a property owner on Hollywood Boulevard, a business owner, an employer. I grew up in Hollywood. By trade, I'm a financial advisor, and we have one rule. You buy low, sell high. Don't sell high and buy low. This is a recipe for disaster. The impact for the business owners, tenants, employees is going to be exacerbated over time. You don't put a Band-Aid on a cut that requires sutures. One way or another, Hollywood has always struggled with parking. This passes, we're back to the 70s, and if you remember Hollywood in the 70s, we got a long way to go again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Our next direction on this matter, Mr. Parks and Mr. Smith. Go ahead,
Mr.
Mr. Burke.
President. Let me start off, colleagues, on items 17 and 22. I think what I'd recommend is that we make some general comments, but until we can determine what the experts are going to tell us about 22, it's going to be difficult to come into any conclusions about 17 because it's the alternate. But let me just kind of comment on some of the things that were, so we can try to clarify, that we have gone through an exhaustive study, and most of us remember about May of this year, or last year, when we were dealing with the budget, and we talked about the $53 million. And we said, it's not here, it's the potential, we're talking about this whole issue. And what we did as a body, we added the money back in that the Finance Committee had said, let's not put it in. We added as a body the money back in, but we put a trigger in the budget and said, if the money does not come in by October, we then are on a process of laying people off, and the number was approximately 1,000. We did not follow through on that budget direction, and now we're into mid-January, and that $53 million is still not in place. Not only that, we've had several departments that have overspent their budget. They did not come forward and initiate their budget July 1st as intended, so we've had to at least 3 times adjust the issue of the budget so that people could accommodate it. Today what we're into is this most recent $60-some-odd million. We're at a point where we pretty well, and as people have said, think out of the box. We've been out of the box now for a couple of years. So there is no out of the box. For those who say there's $600 million laying around somewhere, I can guarantee you if it was, we'd spend it already. And so the issue is, we've heard about paramedics. We've tried to fix it by putting in a new system, and eventually that will gain money for the city. We know that there's some difficulties with DOT. You can only fix that when the contract is over, but be aware that DOT is collecting 85 to 86% of all of its traffic fines. The 15% that does not get collected each year, in most instances, is viewed as being uncollectible. So if you keep counting it up year after year and deem it as a debt and it's been viewed as uncollectible, it's the same process we went through with paramedics, where we get an annual dollar value of paramedic fees that are uncollected, and then we found legally we couldn't collect them. So we finally got the fire department to stop reporting them as debt because they could not be collected legally. So there is no $600 million, there's no $500 million. You also know that we went through a great deal of exercises about looking at $60 million that might come from state legislation about property that was foreclosed on and was not maintained. That has not come forward. We also knew that there was a lot of talk about could we do something with a return of about 10% on contracts. That's been a minimal amount of money. That has not been something that's been a windfall of dollars. And so we are in a situation to where this document that we have today, we can choose to kick it down the road and let it explode on somebody else's foot, or we're going to end up with a situation where we have to make some serious decisions because we're running out of time. Whatever we don't do in this fiscal year, June 30th, just kind of creeps into the $300+ million that's waiting for us next fiscal year. And so we can basically look at our plan, and when somebody says we don't have a plan, there is a plan, and the greatest plan we have is to say solve it. And that's the issue that we're going to be confronted with. From my personal judgment and looking at all the things we've tweaked, the mirrors we've looked at, the smoke we've created, I think we're down to the point of actually making a decision that you're going to have to save the city by sacrificing a few, but giving pain to 25 to 30,000 employees by adding furlough after furlough, in my judgment, is not the way to go. And that your furlough is a one-time deal. We end up with it for this year. We collect some money, $20 million, but we keep paying the overhead. We keep paying medical. We keep paying pension. We keep paying workers' comp as though they're here all the time. With those dollars, we know that July 1st of this year, we're going to ask the CAO and the CLA to go out for a TRAN. The TRAN is going to be, in my estimation, somewhere between probably $1.5 billion. $900 million of it will be for pensions and medical costs solely. The rest will be for cash flow. That is if the lending institutions choose to give us that amount of money. We know that last year we had a $1.2 billion trans, and I don't believe that the companies have sold the last $200 million yet. So we only got about $1 billion, and they had to withdraw about $200 million. They ended up buying $200 million worth. So I think we're at a critical stage. The issue is, for those that say implement the adopted budget, you should be leery of what you ask for, because the adopted budget has in it a trigger that said 1,000 layoffs if this money doesn't come through. We've looked at almost everything that's possible. Yes, there's going to be service cuts, and there are going to continue to be service cuts, because the only reason we hire employees is to do service. So those who have not connected that dot as to service and employees, I don't quite know how to explain it any better, except if you lose people, there are services we're not going to be able to do. The issue of these parking lots, people have said that they're being sold. It's a technicality. They're not being sold. They're under contract, would be for 50 years. But yet there's some dilemmas that all of us are going to have to work out. Whether the amount of money is going to be sufficient to make it worth that, whether the concessions put limitations on our ability over the next 50 years to build other parking lots, whether it creates enough money beyond the bond defeasing to make sure that they can be, and then how do we use it? If we get enough money out of the bond after the bond defeasing and we spend it all in 1 year, we will replicate Chicago. We'll have no parking lots and no money, and we'll have a major deficit. And so these are things that I think are decisions we're going to have to make. I think we have to make decisions that are really an 18-month decision, because there's nothing we do today in the future between now and June 30th that does not affect July 1st through next year. These are situations that I think that we have found a way in many instances to save as much as we can in employees, keeping them on the payroll as much as we can. We've cut 4,000 positions. Within that 4,000 positions, about 400 were actual layoffs. That also includes the 2,700 people for the early retirement. So we've done all of that, and yet we're confronted with $60 million today that could continue to creep between now and June 30th, and over $350 next year. And so those are the things in setting the tone and that letting you know the situation we're in. The problem that we've had in committee, and I think it kind of drifts into not only committee members, but people who come to speak to us, if we did everything people said, we close the book and do nothing. Because everyone has a view of what to save. We've had little or no idea of what to cut. So there are those who say keep fire, keep police, keep hiring. People come in and say keep the graffiti, keep done, keep everything. If you keep everything, you will have a situation to where we're confronted now with 60-some-odd million and growing, and 350 next year. Something has to cut.
Thank you,
so
Mr.
that's
Parks.
the message that I have for you today.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to concur with Mr. Parks on this. I would point out that if the council had listened to what I said 2.5 years ago when we first talked about this, when the vote was 13-1 against or for P3, we wouldn't be in this hole today. But fortunately, people began to listen to what I had to say, and that was what the last gentleman said, is you don't sell high and buy low. That's exactly what we were doing. Janice Hahn stood up and said, yeah, that makes sense. Let's talk about that. And Bernard, and suddenly people began to understand that this was a bad idea. And so the council rejected it. 2 weeks later, some people got weak knees, and we started talking about it all over again. And within time, we made a very fatal and tragic mistake last year in the budget. And that was we decided to budget $53 million that we didn't have. We didn't only not have $53 million, we didn't have a single dollar in the budget. None of it was real. It was monopoly money. We budgeted because a bunch of you said, let's put it in the budget and go out and get it, and we didn't have it. And here we are 7 months later. We don't have it in our pocket yet, not one single dollar in our pocket. We're not sure where we are, but what we do know is every single day we wasted cost our city employees more. And that is wrong. I have come to the point and conclusion that we have made so many fatal errors in the decision process in getting us to this hole in the ground we dug up for ourselves. They didn't dig it. Those guys out there didn't dig it.
this council made this hole, and we made it with a very bad decision. Now we're in the hole, and we're trying to figure out how to get out. And we're saying, well, we got to take the unions. We got to go out and say to our employees, 36 days off. Well, you know what, people? And I've never been known in this chamber as being a big union guy. But you know what? We can't treat our employees like that anymore. We shake their hands, we turn around and stab them in the back. We go out and say, we want 10 days of furloughs from you, then we want 13, we want 26, now we want 36. How do people living on $50,000 a year, working hard, we get paid very well around here, we can adjust. So there are people out there that they rely on that salary, and then we want to take a third of it away, and then we want to take a quarter of it away. You can't tell people to live like that and expect them to respect us and work for us. We have disrespected our employees. Please, because the other foot, this happened the other day, the unions applauded, but the other foot you have to drop. We cannot continue to treat our employees like that and expect them to respect us. We need to say very clearly, here's the plan, and we're going to live by it, we're all going to live by it, and we're going to respect it. That means them and us as well. And we can't change it every couple of months, and we can't change it every week, and we can't do it. And I said, and Pat McCosker, here's your moment you've been waiting for. Pat McCosker and I agree totally. We have ruined our fire department. We cannot allow this city to do that. We cannot be part of that. Ladies and gentlemen, we can fight over liberal, conservative philosophy, Republican, Democrat, all that stuff. We can fight about that. One thing is constant throughout the city, from one end to the other, from one philosophy to the other, they want a safe city. That's what they want first and foremost. And we have to protect that, and we have to fund it, and we've got to quit screwing around with the chief and tell him 1 week, give us $10 million in your budget, and the next week, give us $20 million. It's impossible. We've disrespected that chief. We've disrespected those men and women in that fire department, and we've got to cut this stuff out. Now, the other shoe. The only way to do that is face reality, which Mr. Parks pointed out last year, which I pointed out last year in the budget. The other shoe is we have to lay off people to get there. If you want to protect public services, we have to take the pain. This project, this $53 million deal, as bad as it may be, I may have to vote for it when I've been opposed to it for 2 years because it is the best of the worst deals that are out there. I am tired of cutting services. I would rather say to 20,000 people, we're not going to furlough you, we're not going to ask you for more, this is the deal, and we will live by it, and tell 2,000 people, you have to go now, because we can't afford you.
Thank you.
Rather than telling 22,000 people, keep getting pain, keep getting layoff and furloughs, and not knowing from day to day what the city of L.A. means to you. That has got to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know deeply I'm not going to be able to say what I need to say in 3 minutes, so I'm going to be saying this probably over a series of 3 different speeches. Thanks, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Alarcon moves to give me 9 minutes, but there's no second, so I'll just say with 3. Because what we are here to talk about today, what we've heard from the public, and I want to, as always, thank them and our city employees who have waited here, who have spent a lot of time looking at the issues that are here, to our city workers who work in and day out, who got out there the moment we had these floods and rains and were out there clearing our streets and paving our potholes. To all of us that are here, we, I think, are at a very emotional point not only in our state's history, but certainly in our city's history, because these are immensely painful choices. And at the end of the day, I respectfully disagree with one of our speakers. These aren't false choices. It really is a zero-sum game that we face here. It isn't that there is a pile of $500 million. Unlike most businesses where we did fail, is we didn't write off that debt like most businesses and governments do, so it looks like a bigger pile than it is. That said, our collection sheriff needs to be hired this month. We need the city attorney to help us not say that it's a conflict of interest, to get somebody who's actually worked on this to be right now in our CAO's office or in our city attorney's office and doing that. But that'll get us a few million extra. It won't give us 300 million extra. We all wear a number of different hats here. The hats I'm about to describe for myself are not unique to me. I'm the representative for Hollywood, and we heard a lot of folks from Hollywood, and I want to thank those folks from Hollywood who have been here, who have worked closely with the CAO. I share every single concern that you've had, because I've worked too hard on the comeback of Hollywood, on parking being a centerpiece of that, for us to, in some bad year, see all of that be washed away. I stand here as a representative from my entire district as well, Council District 13, which depends on the services that we have as a city, from Silver Lake to Atwater Village to Glassell Park, a historic Filipino town. I also stand here as the president of the city council, but all of us have a citywide responsibility that I know that we feel beyond the borders of our own district as well. That when we make the decisions here today, that both directions we go, as Mr. Smith was describing, are tough ones. We can lay a lot more people off, and those that are left are made more whole. But, for instance, I sat down with the Information Technology Agency. Nobody ever says, the first priority of this city is information technology. And yet, when the entire system of emails goes down for a day like it did for us, with our constituents, with the work that we have to do with each other, because there's one person who's running things and we can't get them because of the numbers of cuts that they've had to get that up and running, there is a cost to all of us. The bottom line is that we don't really have, we've said this many times, but not only is there no fat to cut, there's no flesh to cut anymore. And when we're looking at the core of what we do, we can either reduce what we're compensated in our benefits, or we can reduce the number of people, or we can pretend this kind of Frankenstein system of furloughs, which I agree with you, Mr. Smith, has never been, and was supposed to be something for a year or two, has never been a long-term strategy. We have to decide how we do that. That means tough choices for workers, who all of us collectively decide, well, what do we do? Do we all decide to protect these services? Because I don't want a city in which we just have a bunch of firefighters, a few firefighters, a bunch of cops, and basically crumbling streets. Yes, people want their public safety, but talk to anybody after these rains. We want to be able to drive on our streets without our tires being broken. We want to make sure that we have parks that we can respect that aren't being overrun with crime and with trash. We want to have libraries that aren't shutting down so that our young people and seniors have a place of peace in their own neighborhoods. So this is kind of the introductory frame that I want to put forward. We have with this P3 deal, which we know in many ways has been an imperfect thing, but I want to say, for those who say we should absolutely do this no matter what, and for those who say we should never do this, because I know there was a lot of that rhetoric here today, there is a long tradition, and not in a bad way, of our budget every year has some one-time and some ongoing fixes. We've done that all the time. For instance, we didn't have anybody come out and say, we cannot sell off the grocery mart downtown. The city of Los Angeles owned the wholesale grocery mart for years, where all of our fruit and vegetable comes into the city. We owned that. And someone would say, don't let that go, away, but that was something that was sold off. I understand parking is different because it's a community resource, and what's most important is actually protecting those rates and the vitality of the businesses, not who runs it. We know that if it is something that is protected in place, for instance, somebody in Hollywood said, well, what if I bought the garage altogether and made it free? I don't think anybody from Hollywood would complain about that or would notice the city wasn't running it anymore. And if we got assets out of that, that would be something I think we could all stand here and say was smart in a year like this to help protect those services. If we only do this through layoffs, then the city you will have left in Westwood, in Hollywood, people won't come to those areas at all because they won't be able to drive those streets. They won't be able to get past the trees. There will be limbs in the road. All of those things that are also important to the business vitality is on the other side of not filling this hole with something. And so as we face what we have, there are four possibilities today, and then I'll sit down and I'll press the button again. One is that this deal goes forward to the marketplace, not through, but to the marketplace to see what people will buy, as is with very few modifications, as was originally put forward. And that's going to be worth the most money, and from a budgetary standpoint would get us the most probably for filling that hole. Option two is it goes forward to the market, but we make a lot of changes. In Westwood, maybe some in Hollywood, downtown we made some changes as well. And the marketplace looks at that. We can decide before it actually goes out to see if anybody will buy that it's not good enough, and we put it aside. Or we go to the market and then they say, well, this is what it's worth. It's not worth that much. And then we assess, well, is this even worth doing? The third option is we don't go forward with this deal. But we look at other ways that we can use these assets and get more money out of them. And that means having to borrow against some future revenues in these. Do we put advertising in our parking lots in the interior? Do we go from $2 in Hollywood to $3, as when we sat down in the community, people said, we could probably stomach, it's been 10 years at $2, we could probably go to $3. Do we then borrow against that because these are two tough years that we need to get through, and when the economy comes back, that's a safe place to go forward. So we do something with our assets, but not through a full P3. Or maybe we sell off some of those assets altogether instead of this long-term lease, but with guarantees on rates. And the fourth thing, which I hope we don't get to, is that we say this deal doesn't go forward and we're not going to do anything. And we're just going to do this by slashing. We're only going to do it through more layoffs and by stopping a lot of the core programs. We don't even have core programs left, really, but what's left of those core programs. And yes, on paper, we are a balanced budget. Our city is saved, but then we look around at the city and we wonder what kind of a city is this. Those are the four choices I would say that we have here today. It would be my advice that we lose nothing by keeping the options open of looking at what the worth is and then sitting down. I mean, I'm going to sit down with my Hollywood folks and seeing what that is worth. Looking at other ones throughout the city and seeing, is there a way of guaranteeing the free parking that Mr. Koretz wants to protect in Westwood? Is there a way of doing that and then not spending it in a single year, but spreading that over as a bridge? Now, that doesn't mean we have to vote on it today, but if we close off the option of even looking at it today, then I can guarantee you we have to scramble to do option 3, and there's not a lot of time to do that, or we're in option 4.
Mr. Garcetti, thank you. Mr. Alarcon, followed Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. LeBonge, and Mr. Parks.
I agree that we should not treat our employees with disrespect, but I don't know how it can be respectful to tell them that it's in their interest that we lay them off. I believe that the action last year to incorporate the $53 million in the budget was not a weak need reaction. It was because we want to do everything we can to preserve the services and the jobs for the people that are in them, because we understand the dilemmas that they would face if they didn't have that work. And how is that going to help our city to have more unemployed on the streets of Los Angeles? And how is that going to help our business community in terms of consumerism? So yes, we took on the challenge, and even those of us who voted for the parking deal were skeptical about it. But we're here now, and we have to make a decision. Free parking or continued city services? And I don't know about you, but that's a slam dunk for me. I think as much as I respect the interests of those businesses that have benefited from the free parking, we cannot cut city services throughout the city because some businesses are benefiting from free parking. As difficult as that decision is, those are the decisions that we are faced with now. Last year, when we made this decision, I think we did the right thing to preserve an opportunity to save jobs. But not only was it preserving an opportunity to save jobs moving forward, we actually provide those services and those jobs today and for one additional year. And so if there's another option, as hokey as it might sound, to insert in our budget a plan to generate revenue next year, if there's any way, shape, or form that it will happen, that it is possible, I'm going to fight for us to stand up to that challenge so that we can preserve jobs. It's not a weak need reaction. I think it's courageous because we are taking a chance. But to preserve families' income in the city of Los Angeles, those are the chances that we have to take. We're going to have to do even more severe cuts next year. But to stave off layoffs from one year to the next is good. I would remind you about the starfish story, about the guy that was throwing one starfish back at a time, and somebody said, "What are you doing? There's tens of thousands of starfish coming on shore dying, and you're having hardly an impact." He said, "Yes, but on that one starfish, it makes a lot of difference." Well, those are our employees. If we save one job, it makes a hell of a lot of difference for that one family.
Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. LeBonge, Mr. Weston, Mr. Parks, then Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is the roughest moment we've been in since we've been in government, okay? Not only in the city, but the county, the state, and the nation, okay? We're in a tough spot. I've been sitting on the Budget Committee for 4 or 5 years trying to figure it all out and trying to make the best sense of it, and I keep going back to a couple initial comments. When EEA got up the other day and decided to put some more money in co-payments for their health care and agreed to talk about their pensions, they began to open up a door that, frankly, we need to open up. I do not, and I agree with Mr. Alarcon, I don't want to fire another worker. Layoff means firing. You know, that's a real big deal. You lose your job in an economy where we have about 18% unemployment. It's 10% on one level. You go back to... It's in a tough spot, the greatest recession our nation has ever been in. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to bring the union leadership to the table that are extremely articulate and say, how do we sit down with the workers and talk about paying more in our health care and paying more in our pension plans? Would you rather have a job and pay more in your pensions and your health care than be on the street? And I don't want you to be on the street. And I also don't want to furlough people either for basic services that need to be done. I want my streets fixed. I want my potholes done. Now, this P3 business, you know, could be an emergency stopgap effort. And I agree with all my people on the west side who say don't sell it because it's a valuable asset. It's a fireside sale. You can't do it. Hello? I'm dealing with keeping the lights on and keeping the buildings going at the same time. I mean, this is the reality we're in. So my first appeal is to the union leadership. Please get back and look at your contracts. See how we can pay more in our health care and in our pensions. That will have a structural change. When Mr. Parks or Mr. Smith says, well, we maybe have to fire 2,000 people. I don't want to fire 2,000 people, but we might have to do that because we have to balance our budget. So I want to continue this discussion among ourselves, but the big elephant in the room is the health care and the pensions. You know, it would be great if our nation had a national health care plan like most of Western Europe does, but no, the insurance companies and the drug companies manipulate the politicians in D.C., and even I, with a great health care plan, have to put out a lot more of my own personal money because it isn't even covered. So we have a big structural problem on health care in the nation, but we can address it one level here, which is we can pay more in our health care, pay more in our pensions, and keep our jobs. That's where I'm at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LeBon, followed by Mr. Weston, Ms. Hond, and Mr. Reyes.
Thank you very much. On a couple of specific issues as we go forward here, the public-private partnership is what is known as 3 Ps, is how we have to look to the future to survive in anything that we do. I don't like the current climate, and Mr. Rosendahl just spoke of it. I can't recall a moment in my 35 years or whatever it's been here and around at this juncture. In 1978, when Proposition 13 came, there was transformation in some things. We lost a firefighter at engine companies. We lost 247 trucksters, were the guys who worked for street services, who swept Broadway, who swept Wilshire, who swept Hollywood Boulevard, about the bus stops. But this is transformation. And that's not to talk about the dump truck that's coming down Interstate 5 from Sacramento that's going to stop at the Kenneth Hahn building and this City Hall and city halls around the state and other county buildings in the transformation of the state. I'm a lover of Hollywood, I'm a lover of parking, and I've seen other communities have great transformation like Pasadena. And a question later at some time from the transportation people, does Pasadena own their parking structures? I want to know about that because that led to great revitalization. The revitalization of Hollywood was key with the parking, and we have to look at that so that we balance it out. I do believe that Mr. Garcetti said it's important to take the next step, which I agree it's important to take this next step, but I'm not deeply committed to the concept of doing what, quote, Chicago or other cities may or may not have done. We have to look at that issue. And I think it is important to re-engineer some of our processes. A citizen spoke, and this is so disappointing, the wire trash cans that are on our bus stops are overflowing like a volcano. Okay, can that be transferred to sanitation, which has a truck in the area every week? It's now at street services. And can street cleaning go to sanitation so we follow the trash all the way down the gutter and the drain by one department? We haven't re-engineered that. And I think we have to look at all these systems to try to be able to do that. I am in love with the people who work for this city, and it is very difficult. And it is very challenging at this moment. And there's other challenges that those who are not as fortunate as we are, and I am very fortunate for many years to serve this city, the transformation that's taken place outside of government. So these are very big questions. The thing I want from the city administrator and other people is to know what our assets are. So we're making all our decisions. To know what land that may be possible, and I know it's not the good time to sell it, but these assets are important. To know how much revenue the city got in parking districts throughout the city of Los Angeles. To know the facts of what our business of our revenue is so we can make the right decisions. So I look not forward to this, but look at it with all the aspects as we go forward. And the one last question I ask, on our tickets, if anyone would know this answer, I don't know if Jerry Miller would know this answer, we used to have a municipal court, and should we have a municipal court so we keep the money as opposed to sending it to the county? Just think about that, or to the state. And also, Mr. Rosendahl, we used to have city hospitals for our city employees, which obviously reduced the cost, but there was a challenge on the type of service, etc. Some of those things we have to look at. Members, I yield to the next speaker. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Mr. Wesson, followed by Ms. Hahn and Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I don't believe that there is a member on this council that wants to furlough or lay off one employee. The things that Mr. Park said, there's merit to that. What Greg Smith said, there's merit to that. What Mr. Garcetti said, there's merit to that. Even you, Tom, there's merit to what you said. The point is, and you too, Bill, don't feel excluded. I don't think there's a yes or a no or a right side or a wrong side. I think this debate is necessary. We're in the process of figuring out how we're going to reinvent this city. So we have to ask ourselves questions, what core services do we really want to provide? Does it make sense for us to service parking lots? And if so, can we do it better? But the one thing that I think that we have to do before we make any decision is you have to move this to the next phase, because we've got to find out how much they're worth. And the only way you're going to do that is to move it to the next phase so that bidders come back and they say, we're going to give you this amount or this amount or that amount. And then we can sit up and say, that ain't enough, or that does pencil in. So I think we have a responsibility to the citizens of this city, to all our employees, to at least find out what that number is. And I think it's in our worst interest if we delay. So let's kind of bite the bullet now. If this goes out, that doesn't mean that it's a done deal or whoever offers us the best deal is going to get it. What that means is that we can get a credible assessment as to what it's worth. And at the end of the day, it may not be worth it, or it may. So I'm just saying, I kind of agree, not kind of, I agree with the president. I want to know all the facts. Let's ask this question. Let us find out what the answer is, because then, once you have that data, it might make our decision easier. It's still going to be painful, but it will make the decision easier. So that's what I suggest that we do. Let us quickly get an assessment, put it out to bid, and see what the responses are. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Reyes, then Mr. Koretz.
Thank you. Well, you're right, Mr. Smith. I think when we first started talking about this, I had issues with this. I was one of those that didn't even vote for the initial study, taking $500,000 to even study the idea, because I wasn't convinced it was a good idea. But I think what we're all saying is, here we are today, and we have a couple choices before us. Eric actually outlined 4 choices before us. But one of the things that no one's really talked about today, which once I began really reading this report and really delving into this report, we've done a crummy job of managing these parking structures. You know, you can say all you want about the importance of holding assets. You can say all you want about, why we shouldn't give this up. We've done a crummy job. There are examples where we're losing money. We're losing $1 million a year to not realizing $4 million a year at one parking structure because we can't figure out the validation process. So we're not good at managing parking lots. So I guess for me, when it comes down to the choice today, and when I look at the alternatives that I have been given, that if we do not move forward to realize the P3 agreement, I mean, we're looking at, and I think Greg spoke to it, an additional 10 days of furloughs for our employees. That's already, by the way, on top of 26 days. So you add 10 days of furlough, that is now 36 days. That's almost 2 months. And a furlough is another word for a pay cut. And that is 2 months of a pay cut. And I don't know about you, but when you look at your salaries, colleagues, could you really manage on 2 months of a pay cut? And I think that is really asking a lot of our employees to take 2 months of a pay cut in this economy. And the other thing that really struck me was if we don't do this deal, it's what's going to happen to our fire department, as was so well articulated by Pat and others. We will have to, they'll have to absorb their projected remaining deficit of $10 million. They'll be required to reduce their expenditures by $10 million. This may require additional resource closures beyond the current modified staffing plan, and I understand that would be 8 to 10 companies a day closing. That's just not a choice that I want to make. I mean, that is really life and death choices, and I believe our core mission to our residents is public safety, police, fire, and I also include recreation and parks in that as well. I want to keep these kids off the street. I want them taken care of in our recreation parks, and I don't want to make the cuts to graffiti abatement in the city. I think that would be a trek down the absolute wrong road. So when I look at the choice, colleagues, it's between concrete or people. And for me, the choice is easy. I think we ought to get out of the business of running these parking lots. Hopefully we can structure a deal that is valuable and that will help us close the gap, defease the bonds, save us money in the future on debt service. But the bottom line is we shouldn't be in the parking lot business. We don't do a good job of it anyway. So I am going to be one of those today that will support moving forward on structuring this deal and see whether or not it truly makes sense. But with the choices that I've been presented, it's a choice that I am going to vote for.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Reyes, Mr. Koretz, followed by Mr. Parks, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we're at a place where we need to understand what is our safe zone in our decision making. We have a potential business plan, a business proposition where we expect bids. So I'm assuming we'll get into that detail in closed session. I respect the fact that we need to figure out where the money comes from so we can keep our jobs. It's very clear that we need to maintain our services, but there is something that stands out in this scenario that I just want to amplify a little bit, which is the notion and the role of the planning department and their community plans. I just want to be very clear that if we do not have destinations for investment, we do not increase revenue for the city. We do not increase revenue for the city. If we continue down the path where we start using legal action and detain our capacity to build out our environment, that means we have less revenue for our services and less revenue for our jobs. If we do not give community residents, neighborhoods, a sense of safety, predictability, that we can protect our historic structures, we can protect our residential zones, that we could increase our ability to invest along our rail corridors, our transit corridors. That means we have less revenue for our city. So how we move forward is important. How we create these opportunities of predictability and investment is significant. As a municipal corporation, we have the discretion of what they call planning police powers. We cannot curtail those planning police powers because it means less revenue for the city. So I just want to share those thoughts with you in 3 minutes. But in closed session, we should get into some specifics as to what this vote may mean. I right now feel we need to move forward to show that we are taking the necessary steps to evaluate our options so that we can, at least within a certain amount of time, have some kind of understanding of what our opportunity costs will be if we don't do this. So I highly encourage that we be careful as to how we look at the specifics of this business proposal and have that discussion in closed session, but understand, for example, the scenarios that Councilman Garcetti was displaying for us. What does that really mean? I'm not sure yet. I'm sure he will articulate those specifics. But I believe in closed session, we should understand what this decision means, what is potential return, and how do we save those departments, that personnel, and everyone is important. Everyone is important. But let's understand the capacity of building revenue to save our jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Koretz, followed by Mr. Parks and Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Koretz.
Well, this is a mess. We're in a disastrous situation. And it's not just that we don't have any good choices. We don't have any passable choices. And no matter what we decide, we are actually making the wrong decision. So it doesn't put us in a good position. Looking at our shortfall, my first thought was we shouldn't lay people off because that's more devastating to the economy. It's more devastating to their families. And if you have a choice, furloughs would be better. Everybody can get by with a little bit of a cut. Well, now we're not talking about a little bit of a cut. Now we're talking about devastating everybody in our workforce. So none of those are good choices. We're looking at layoffs probably anyway. We're looking at furloughs probably anyway. It's just a question of how much we devastate things. The P3 deal, I've been supportive. I'm still pretty open to it. It becomes less and less of a good deal as the numbers get worse and we anticipate less of an offer. So at the end of the day, we may want to do it, but it may not make sense. And for me, I have an extra problem, which is I have 3 parking lots in my district. People in all 3 of those areas are complaining it's going to cause harm economically. And I think everybody is going to feel pain in those areas, but one in particular I think is actually a legitimate enough argument that I'm concerned, which is the Westwood area. Unemployment is high enough that the federal government has actually recognized part of Westwood, which is not viewed as a poor area because of the high unemployment, the high number of businesses that are closed, to be an area that they could fund to help get over that. This is not a minor problem. This is an area that used to be economically a huge driver for the city that is really struggling. The businesses and the residents are convinced the only thing that barely keeps this area going as we try to rebuild it, as a bid's about to go into effect and other things, is the fact that we built a parking structure that has some free parking. It's easy for council members far away from here to say, oh, what's the big deal, free parking? But the fact is we are competing with Santa Monica, that is now hugely successful, with Beverly Hills, with Culver City, to a lesser degree with West Hollywood, which does charge a little more, for free parking. Without the competition, this area is economically going to be devastated, and I believe in the long run, in the medium run, even in the short run, we're going to see lower taxes, we're going to see it diffuse to other cities, and we're going to have a net loss. So I'm not prepared to vote for P3 exactly as it is. I'm willing to look at somewhat of a compromise that makes it not heavily impactful to people looking at making bids, But to go through exactly as it is, I think would harm my area, it would harm revenue citywide, because that revenue goes to the whole city, but it would dramatically impact an area negatively, and I don't think I can do it.
Mr. Parks, followed by Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think that there's few, I think, here that would disagree that the furloughs are inhumane. There are few that would believe that layoffs are also, but I think we all have to come to grips with some point, if there's no cash flow, something has got to give. I think one of the things that was commented on earlier that we should get with the unions, I think the CAO has been with the unions for at least 2 years. We had great success with the coalition when we were dealing with ERIP. We've had some great success with EAA of recent in the sense of health care. The issue of health care gives us a significant bump in revenue immediately. We've also put a pension change on the charter for March. We're moving forward with pension change for civilians that will come by ordinance. So many of these things have occurred. The key, I think, for us today will be that not whether we agree with P3 or not, the key is, does it move forward so that you can get all the information available? But I think the critical decision for all of us is going to be in the next 2 months, between now and March, when we expect that information back, what do we do in the next 2 months to begin to recover the $20 million deficit? Do we find a way to adjust furloughs? What do? Do we look at contracts? That's going to be the critical issue, because if we wait till March and P3, even if it comes through, we're in a deficit because you're not going to get money in March. If we wait until March and it doesn't go through, we're now 9 months into a fiscal year, and that you're going to have this ship is unable to be turned around in the remaining 3 months. So the key for us today will be, what do we do on number 17 to get us through 2.5 months or 2 months? Clearly, I think everybody supports let's go to the next step, because if we don't know the next step, we can't viably make decisions about number 17. But again, we have to realize that is still up for vote whether it comes back with the information that everybody finds viable. If it doesn't, then we really would be in tough stead if we did not do something between now and then. And even if it comes through, what is the timeline to get funds into the general fund to solve these issues? And so that's the dilemma. I think the issue also we have to think about, if we use the layoff word, it takes personnel department a number of months to cause that to occur. And and the issue is on layoffs, we said it over and over, the benefit is that although this year it's a smaller amount of money, next year it's a permanent amount of money, and it also hits the pension and workers' comp and the health. Furloughs gives us a one-time money that merely helps us with cash, but we still have that overriding $900 million issue for July 1st for pension and medical. So I hope when we go into closed session, these issues that we talk about, whether there's going to be concessions added to the concession project that make it desirable or less desirable, that we'll get an idea. But until it goes out, we won't have an idea of what the dollars are going to be. So I think we have to separate getting that out, step one, but what do we do between now and March? And if we do nothing, we're just adding to the debt that we can't recover from.
Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. Zine, and Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. To balance this year's budget, we're going to all have to give something. And I want to be clear that we've all already given. Our communities and our residences and our business communities have stepped up with increased fees and to pick up things through things like business improvement districts where the city no longer can provide the same level of services. Our workers have already given on health and on pensions, but like Mr. Rosendahl said, we're going to have to do more. And they've come to the CAO with proposals recently to do that, and that dialogue needs to be accelerated so that we can get that in place. The council and the mayor have to sacrifice in our own offices, as we have done by slashing more than 25% and doing all of the remaining quote-unquote special funds, which aren't special funds, by the way, that council members play with. These are the things that when our community members say, help us with X project, we just won't have this year. But that is part of the sacrifice that we have to make. And our residential community has certainly felt that as well. we also have to grow our economy as the other way out of this. And so when we see things that link into parking, there are a lot of complicated issues. When Westwood says we need to come back because that's going to help us get those revenues, they're right. When Hollywood talks about that, we didn't work tirelessly. This council didn't approve a loan to help build a stage out for Cirque du Soleil that we're getting paid back 100% because there's 1 million new visitors that will come to Hollywood that otherwise would not have been there, paying a parking tax, paying for parking that has to be at a reasonable rate, and then spending time shopping and dining in Hollywood. When we look at the subsidies that are provided around parking, they're important. And just to address your point, Ms. Hahn, that is a fallacy. I know it's like starting to gather a little steam that we lose money. That garage is Hollywood and Highland, which is 40% of this deal. We absolutely do not lose $1 million a year there in potential validations. People are using those validations aggressively as we pass in this council instead of $10 parking for, sorry then, a couple people have raised this with Hollywood and Highland. It's $2 parking that keeps people there for at least 4 hours, spending money. And guess what? The couple $1 million a year that we, in essence, subsidize on that, we have shown brings tens of millions of dollars of parking tax, of sales tax, of property tax going up that has fueled the entire city's growth and services as well. It's a tough discussion. My beloved Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, if I may, said in an earlier item, please don't cut anything from the planning department. And then on this one also said, please don't go through P3 unless we can have concerns met, which I'll address in a second. Those are tough because we can't, with no money from someplace, we have to decide, do we cut out of the planning department? Other people who said don't cut the graffiti, and I personally will not let graffiti get cut. I've spent too much time in my own district. We count every tag every single year in July, and we've reduced tagging by 84% in Council District 13, and we're not going backwards. But we will have to make I have to make another cut someplace else in place of that. I just have to say that's a higher priority not to be cut. You might not mind that, but it's going to hit somebody else somewhere else. So when we are looking at this, we all have to sacrifice. There is no false choice between things. We have to articulate that, and it's not good enough to say what we oppose. Now, can I ask the CLA and CAO to come forward? And much of our conversation is going to be in closed session, and some people ask their why in closed session. Let me give you the argument of why we go into closed session on this item. We have folks that are potentially bidding on this, and if they have information on what we're looking for or how much money, that not only pollutes the process, but maybe undercuts what money we get for the taxpayers of Los Angeles. So the discussion we'll be having is on the estimates of how much money are we going to get? Is this thing even worth it at all? So I do believe my colleagues here when they're saying, I can't vote for it until it's fixed, but what I hear is maybe if it is fixed, maybe I can. Or I was always opposed to this, but I might have to wind up voting for this. Or right now I'd like to go forward, but if the concerns of Hollywood aren't met, I don't know if I can vote for this. Those things that are moving forward. First with the CLA, and if you'll indulge me to go just 2 minutes more. For the CLA, without saying what that number is, for the people out there, is there a number, and I've discussed this with Mr. Miller, but for the public, in which you will be discussing with us, you think it would not make sense if we don't get enough money offered from this to go forward with this. Does that number exist? Because I think some people think out there, no matter what we get, we're going to say yes. But I think they need to be reassured that we are taking advice from our chief legislative analyst, giving us advice that, hey, if there's enough money there, we can in good conscience say, go forward with this. Do you have, or are you focusing in on a number or numbers around that?
Yes, we are. I think there is a number where it's going to make... Jerry Miller, CLA. Yes, I think there is a number where it makes sense to go forward. Ultimately, that number has to be decided by all of you, right. And we're prepared to discuss that.
Ultimately, we will have to make that decision, colleagues. We are the policymakers, but I think it's really important for people to hear. We are not. I'm not going to let any sale go through just because we have to let it go through. We have to make sure we're getting advice and that we understand what that is. And if it's too small, we shouldn't be going to the market, and we shouldn't be seeing this through. That's important for people here. For the CAO, the concerns that you were praised by members from the Hollywood community. I know you've also met with folks from Westwood. The concerns and the specific concerns which the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce has here, for instance, and by the way, if this deal doesn't go through, I think we've had a very adult conversation along the lines of that there will be sacrifices. The parking rates aren't going to be as cheap as they are today for instance, in Hollywood, we have kept that static for 10 years. It's actually cheaper to park today than it was in 2001. So at some point, we're going to have to adjust for inflation. We're going to have to do something, and especially in tough times, if that can provide the services that serve Hollywood and the rest of the city, that seems to be an adult thing to do. But have you been able to go through these and address many of these concerns? Is there the possibility of writing these into the proposal with the full knowledge that some of these things, if we were to do all of them, for instance, the value may go quite significantly down, and it might be a deal we might not want to do, or some of them could be in there, and it might be something we could live with?
That is correct. Over the holidays, we met with the Hollywood community, business community, and were able to sit down and identify the principal issues and find a compromise with those issues. I met yesterday with the Westwood community and sought to do the same thing. There certainly could be that your council can, in fact, add to the concession agreement various elements that help address and mitigate the issues raised by various communities, and Hollywood, Westwood, and there's several other communities that have raised concerns. The point behind the communication that Mr. Miller and I sent out last week was to make it clear that to the extent to which we add and address these concessions, we are knowingly reducing the value of that concession. And in fact, we are jeopardizing the opportunity of getting anyone to bid at all. And so we just wanted to make sure that your council was fully aware of that, and we understand there are major policy issues to be considered in the questions raised by the community, but there is a cost for that. And so if the goal behind the P3 was to maximize this asset, to find a way to generate the most value, then the most successful way of doing that is submitting a concession agreement that has the least amount of mitigations to the issues raised by the community.
Thank you. I'm over. Thank you, Mr. President. I know you want to speak, so let's switch. Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Thank you. The comments from my colleagues, all on the same page, we're concerned about running the city and taking care of employees. The next phase. We talk about the next phase. We're in a budget that took effect July 1st. We are 6 months later. This money was included in the budget. We haven't even completed that. I understand we spent close to $1 million to this point trying to figure out what we're going to do with this P3 project. And Ms. Hahn had a great comment. Crummy job managing parking lots. If we have a crummy job managing parking lots, then why are we taking over the golf carts at the golf courses? Why have we decided to take golf carts into the city family? If we can't run a parking lot, how are we going to run golf carts at the golf courses? And why are we managing the golf courses? Why don't we decide what we're going to manage and manage it properly? But if we're going to not manage parking lots, then how are we going to manage the golf carts that I understand has now been recommended for us to take over control of the golf carts at the golf courses? City employees and service we provide. What are our core services? Police, fire, sanitation, recs and parks, libraries, and the furloughs. Let me tell you about the furloughs, because I've spoken to a lot of city employees, and their spouse works for LA Unified. Their spouse has been laid off. They're now going through furloughs. They're now losing their homes. They're not pulling their kids out of recreational activities because they can't afford to do it. So while we sit here and try to manage this, it's like we're a juggler and we're juggling and we've got so many, we can't manage it because it's now collapsing. Full cost recovery for the trash collection fee. We made a commitment to the people. We're going to have 10,000 officers. 9963 is where we're at. We didn't say we're going to manage the police department properly, and we're going to have civilians and dispatchers and custodian, the detention officers. We didn't say that. We said we're going to have cops on the street. And we're pulling those cops off the street and putting them in administrative activities and putting them into jail. So we should have been candid and say we need this trash recovery, the cost recovery, that we would be able to have funds, out of the general fund, to fund these other essential services. And carve out areas. And Mr. Koretz, I know West LA. I used to work there as a police officer, and I know what it used to be and what it's turned into and the vacancies. So if we carve out West LA, and we carve out Hollywood and Highland, and we carve out everything, then what's the value of this going to be in the end? and we're going to analyze to decide how much we're going to spend another $1 million to come up with a process. And if it does not go through, then what happens? We have a budget that's effective July 1st. We will be doing budget discussions shortly. We won't have this complete by the time we resolve the budget. So where are we going to go with that? Are we going to spend another $1 million for the consultants to do analysis and then find out what we have is that it's not going to work because we can't get enough money for it, because no one's interested in taking it, and then we kick it down the street even farther. I understand about city employees doing furloughs. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to their families. Laying people off isn't fair because those are the services we provide. And somehow we need to get to what our core functions are and identify those and do those the best we can. But I'm as frustrated as everyone else around here, and I don't want to hurt the local businesses. I don't want to hurt the businesses in Hollywood or on the West Side, because when you go to other cities and you find parking for $2, go to Pasadena, and you go to Old Town Pasadena, you can park there for a few hours for $2. What have we done with the street parking? $4 for an hour downtown. $4 for an hour. So we haven't helped the businesses. We've hurt the businesses, and we're trying to do what's right. So you've got a huge, huge task at hand. And if it doesn't work, in this 53 that we put in this budget, which we don't have, which we're still analyzing, and we're 6 months into this budget year, 6 more months we'll have another budget, and if we don't have it by then what are we going to do? Lay off half the city employment and then cut those services? We talk about a crisis that is really a crisis. And all due respect to our governor, he's realizing it, and he's coming forward with the hard decisions, which obviously this body is going to have to make. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Just a quick comment. I'd like you to explain to us the deal, as best as you can, that we can't do in closed session. My constituents are very clear. They see it as a fireside sale. It's like a lost thing. We shouldn't do it. And they all talk from a perspective. I'd like you to put more facts out there and information, why we're at the state we're at now and why we need to go forward, so everybody can appreciate the deal you're talking about.
When your council has supported moving forward in this process 3 different times. And the last time there was a discussion about this issue, the threshold question we were asking you to make was, should the city continue to be in the parking business? Okay? Because by moving forward, there was a policy discussion about whether or not that was not going to be the case. Part of the logic behind this decision is to recognize that this is not a particular area that we are strong at. And the more we research how we manage this asset, the more we encounter that there's a lot of room for improvement. It is not a money maker. In fact, in most cases, we're losing money off of our garages. We need to be honest about that. The second issue is looking at the current capacity. When you look on the average of all the garages in play, they're at 50% capacity today. So there is certainly a lot of room for more customers coming in if they're marketed in a different way, if they're invested in. We also looked at the issue of the subsidy. You know, there's a cost for managing these garages, and that is part of what your council is having to discuss. The bottom line issue here is that the decision that you made to put this in the budget basically stated to me was that we are deciding that we no longer want to be in this business, and because of that, we are wanting to maximize the value of this asset for today. And so we've been on a pathway with a variety of different draft concession agreements to get feedback from potential bidders about what would generate the most amount of value for these assets. Going back to the question Mr. Garcetti raised, there are very legitimate issues that the community is raising. And this is the hard choices that is before you. If we seek to mitigate all of those issues, we are diminishing the value of this asset significantly and creating a very likely outcome that no one's going to bid. We won't know that until we release it and test the market, but that is what we are being told by our advisors. So So then if your goal is to continues to be to maximize that asset, then what's before you is to present to the bidders a concession agreement with the least amount of bells and whistles or issues, so that we get a response that gets us closer to the targeted amount that we want. We're at that threshold today where both the CLA and I are recommending we can't delay anymore. We are urging you to make a decision today because time is running out for this fiscal year. Concurrent, we submitted a recommendation to you on a series of reductions, very painful reductions, to help ensure that given the fact that we can no longer fully count this concession as part of our budget, that we move forward and make these cuts so that we end the year in the black. We want to avoid the situation we were in last year, where we essentially made a series of reductions and we were seeing such a huge drop in our revenue that was a direct result of the economy, that we simply couldn't cut fast enough to be able to avoid dipping into the reserve. You foresaw much of this by having a healthy reserve fund last year. And had you not done that, we would have had to wipe out to its entirely that reserve. We do not want to be in that situation next year. Why? Because we need the reserve fund to maintain our credit rating, and we need a strong credit rating because we borrow money. We borrow, as Mr. Parks indicated, well over $1 billion a year. We do it in good years, we do it in bad years. It's simply what governments do because we need to for cash flow and to pay out our pension costs and other costs. So there's no easy decision here. There's the issue of the concession itself. Do we present to the market a concession that will result in the maximum value? And there's the issue of our budget. How do we make sure, what actions do you take today to make sure that you're not adding to the deficit that we know next year will be $350 million?
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, when we are speaking about cutbacks, I need to further detail what that means. The $1 million from the Planning Department, we are speaking about reducing long-range planning and policy development. Because of your decision-making, we were able to generate a fee structure for certain functions. But the loss of $1 million will equate to the following. We will not be able to complete the housing element update, which we're required to do every 5 years by state law, and other citywide policy work will be suspended. The new community plans will be suspended. So San Pedro, Silmar, Granada Hills, Hollywood, West Adams, South LA, and Southeast LA will no longer move forward because it's not supported by fees. We look at the transit-oriented district, all the TODs, transit-oriented districts, along the transit station, the 3010 implementation will also be suspended because it's not supported by fees. So all the new rail lines, and Councilor Parks, Councilor Perry, Councilor Rizal, we've all been working on our transit corridors along our rail lines. Well, entitlements to bring investment will no longer exist because the process won't be there to implement and establish those policies. Code amendments. Our sign ordinance will essentially be suspended because there's no one in code studies to do that work. Council-initiated amendments to housing, transportation will no longer be implemented. Our community plan implementation with overlay zones, design overlay zones, and any new zone changes will be suspended because they're not supported by fee. Our nuisance abatement unit will be disbanded. That complements our building and safety and all other nuisance abatement related issues. And our case management unit will be disbanded, which means our casework in affordable housing and other significant new projects in our respective areas in the city will be suspended because it's not supported by fee. That is what the 1 million does. And if we suspend that, we are going to be preventing millions more from coming in, because there won't be any destination for any new investment in the city. So I just want to lay it out and be just very blunt about it, because that's what this means, and that's how important this discussion is. So I just want to share that with you within my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. LaBonge, and our final speaker is Mr. Garcetti.
I just want to ask a question on the Pasadena, because Pasadena Old Town, it was a little tough. And remember Exile on Main Street with the Rolling Stones? That was our Main Street when Mick Jagger came down Main Street. Look at Main Street, how it's transformed today. And the work, as Mr. Reyes just said, of the planning department and the opportunity to change the zones for housing down there, all that stuff. But as anyone knows, is Pasadena, which is a closed city, which revitalized its business core and has multiple structures. Does the city of Pasadena own those and operate them? They own them? Who operates them? Somebody else operates them?
We're looking for DOT. I believe the
No, they
president
own it.
owns them, but they
own the
hire
buildings, but they operate it. So I think we have to look at all that stuff there. I think its management is the most important element to success in an operation, whether you talk about parking structures or whatever, on this issue here.
We have a former Pasadena representative.
Yeah, you want to, Amir Sadati, who's now our very good intern, general manager of DOT.
Thank you, Councilmember. And yeah, specifically to your question, the City of Pasadena owns those public assets. Within Old Town Pasadena, the city created a contract with the Business Improvement District, and it's the Business Improvement District that is, through a city contract, managing the 3 parking lots in Old Town Pasadena. The other parking assets are owned by the city.
So conceivably, the Hollywood Business Improvement District may be managers if they could have the capital to be able to operate that. No?
You're limited because the revenue that is produced from both the garages and the meters is used as sort of collateral to pay off the debt service on those garages. It becomes a little bit more difficult to do.
Okay, on that issue there. Again, I want to visit, because I got this idea from Ms. Hahn, the development of a municipal court. Is there any potential in that? Because I know when we do have fines and other things, it has to go through the Superior Court, the county takes a piece and the state takes a piece. If we have a municipal court, would that help us keep whatever is owed to the city in the city? If you could look at that as well. Members, I also wanted to ask you, Mr. Reyes, thank you for that great rundown on the challenges. Land use is extremely important because it's about the quality of life. As I said to my colleagues on this side, please take a meeting with John Muckery on the challenges facing our Parks Department and the reductions of services that the Parks Department has to know, and their reorganization, which calls for partnerships, to look for partnerships with other organizations to continue the effort to give options and recreation and health to people. But I wanted to ask all my colleagues to know that reorganization, as I spoke of earlier, and re-engineering is in the process through the Board of Commissioners. Commission President Sanders led the charge. John Muckery will want to visit and update you all on that. This has been very difficult but very good to bring it to this point. We take the next step. We look at that as we do it. But I do want to see, Mr. CAO, if you would, just a lot of our assets to just see what the big picture is. See if there's any opportunity to look at something that we haven't looked. You know, not step outside the box, but look at the whole horizon. Thank you very much.
To close, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. Colleagues, I promised to speak 3 times, and I hate to be a politician who doesn't live up to his word, but hopefully I have a couple things to say here in conclusion as well. First of all, I want to thank our advisors. We're going to be speaking with them, but I want to say this publicly. We've had some incredible advisors from J.P. Morgan who have really helped us walk through very difficult. They are not, just to be clear for the folks out there, they are not the ones. They advise us and get their fees whether we go forward with this or not. They are not pushing us to go forward or telling us to go forward. They're not telling us not to go forward. But they provided really top-level advice and helped us understand a very complicated marketplace, and I want to thank them publicly here. We are making the following choice, essentially, if we boil this down, in balancing this year's budget. How much are we paid and what our benefits are? How many people have jobs? how cheap our parking is, and how much money do we have for services like paving our streets. Those all are a zero-sum game. So the more we can save in one place, the more we can protect in another, and the most evenly that we can make those sacrifices, I think, the best public policy that we have going forward. In terms of some of the bells and whistles, and I agree with you in principle, Mr. Santana, I do think that some of the quote-unquote bells and whistles, some of the stuff that we've talked about, for instance, in Hollywood, may not dilute that by much. For instance, when I think about the actuality that the bidders have to go through at a garage like Hollywood and Highland will always have a very strong demand for those parking spaces because of the Bowl, because of Hollywood and Highland, because of the Chinese Theater, El Capitan, etc. But we know that there are going to be some very important projects, whether they be new hotels, whether they be new retail, within probably an eighth of a mile of those places that will need parking. Of course, if somebody had a monopoly in an underparked area, which none of us would want, they could make tons of money off of that and the value would be higher. But I do believe it doesn't necessarily dilute that which is there today, assuming there was no new growth to the area. I think we're going to keep even any new parking that we would do, so it's possible to keep that and to keep the value. I think we can collectively make the following promises. One, that we have these principles. First, that we won't be desperate. I've heard that from everybody, that if it doesn't pencil out, we won't do it. But two, that the fear that we're hearing out there in the community is real and it must be addressed. If we can protect our communities from the fears that they have, we should not write off this as a pathway either. And third, that city services matter. That it does matter, not just subsidized parking, but the core things that we do that we are now faced with cutting matter a lot, and the people that provide them matter a lot. That work is important, and that everybody, whether they park in Hollywood or Westwood or not, universally feels those cuts as well. So as we move forward in deciding if we can find out the information for the next step, which I believe is smart to do, but I also say it in the same way that I continually have qualified that. That does not mean that the deal goes through, that we can help preserve catalytic and reasonably priced parking in our business districts. That we can, at the district level, I promise that we will work to preserve those services that people depend on, that we have cut drastically. And that lastly, we can balance this budget responsibly. To take anything off the table, I think, would not allow us to live up to those promises, but also it does not mean that we will rubber stamp anything that comes before us. So I would advise that we go into closed session, hear the advice and where we are in the marketplace right now, thank my colleagues for putting the human face on what this is about, and the human face that, as much as it's easy to come here and say, you policymakers, fix it, this is a collective challenge for our city. We all have to make sacrifices at the residential, at the business level. We have to make decisions for ourselves as city workers about whether we want to continue having something that we can support our families with, if it means the layoff of somebody next to us, or whether we want to risk even lower wages, but everybody keeps jobs. Those are really difficult and personal decisions, and there's not one city worker who has a monopoly on what's right in those discussions. But as I talk to the people I represent, as I talk to city workers, when we take away the extremist and ideological talk, they want to save this city, and they want to do what's right. And I appreciate the work that we've done to take us this far. We will have to make tough decisions, both on this, and even if this were to go through and produce money, we have some really tough decisions to make on where we finalize those cuts to balance this budget. But we've done about 50 to 60% of the structural reform we need to since last year. Let's not lose sight or pretend that it's 100%.
All right, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. City Attorney, you have a comment on our next process?
If council is going into closed session under 549-56.8, the discussion will be only as to the price in terms of sale.
Mr. LaBonge?
Request, with the interest of the size of the number of consultants and the city attorneys, that we stay in this room.
We will stay in this room. So the will of the body is to go into closed session on this matter, and it looks like the will of the body. So we will now go into closed session. We will clear the chambers. Sergeant Arms, please prepare for closed session. Thank you. And we'll go into closed session and return. It is now 2:05.
All right, we're going to go into open session, then back into closed shortly, folks, on the medical marijuana issue, so we'll just wait to come back on live. We are back in open session, and if we can go to the next item called special, I believe that was item 25. Actually, why don't we look at items 1 and 7? I know there's been folks that are here all day long. Are the speakers here for item number 1? Is Eden Andes here? Not. We'll close the public hearing on item 1, and let's take a vote on item 1. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. On item 7, we had a card, I believe. Though I do not see one up here. Oh, Mr. Sachs, Arnold Sachs. Is he here? Do not see Mr. Sachs, so we'll close the public hearing on that. If we can take a vote on item 7, please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Item 17, we will continue till Friday without objection. And 17, that was the alternative to the P3, the proposed CAO cuts and everything. We're going to continue that instead of taking action on that today. And that takes us to item 25, which is the medical marijuana issue. We had Mr. Sachs, and he's left his Sam Humaid here. Why don't you come forward for public comment, sir? And then we'll go into closed session on this item, and that will be our last item for today.
Sergeant at Arms to give to you guys?
Sorry?
Can I give these to the
Yeah, hand it to Sergeants at Arms, no problem. We'll make sure we get those distributed. Thank you for your patience today.
Yes, should be. I already gave a couple of them away. Do I get 2 minutes?
Yes, sir, you do.
This still says 1.
Don't worry, we'll give you 2.
Okay. Thank you for your time today, guys. Honorable members of the City Council, thank you again for your time. My name is Sam Humaid. I operate Perennial Holistic Wellness Center in Studio City. Thank you, Councilman Rosendahl, for actually acknowledging my invitation to come visit my dispensary. Mr. Labange, I look forward to seeing you there as well. The invitation still stands for the rest of you, and I hope you'll take me up on this offer before finalizing new regulations. I opened my dispensary to you so you could see the extraordinary efforts I took to follow the mandate of your last ordinance and to show you a collective designed to be a positive, high-class establishment and a beacon of pride for the community. I invited you to expand your horizons beyond the negative beliefs resulting from an explosion of unsavory post-ICO investors hell-bent on profit with little care for their patients or the surrounding communities. City Attorney Jane Usher even referred to the post-ICO collectives as the rogues. Webster's Dictionary defines compromise as a settlement of differences by mutual concession, an agreement reached by adjustment of conflicting or opposing claims, principles, etc., by reciprocal modifications of demands. Compromise can only be achieved through open and honest communication from both sides. Not everyone is happy at the end of a compromise, but the results are accepted as that for the greater good. Closed-door sessions have been nothing but burdensome emotionally and financially for both you and us. You've had in your chambers members of GLACA, ASA, and pre-ICO dispensary operators who desire nothing more than an equitable compromise. I beg of you to keep your eyes, ears, heart, and chambers open to a frank discussion. An intelligent ordinance that will not generate another flurry of lawsuits is possible with open communication. I trust in your education and experience. So it should be no problem for you to recognize that week after week this room is filled with everyday people who happen to operate cannabis collectives, and rarely ever do you see anyone standing in opposition of someone grandfathering us into the fabric of LA City.
So finally, I ask, please come visit my dispensary. Please see the efforts that I've done to follow every rule you've asked for, and please drop the lawsuit against me and my dispensary and anybody else that has followed through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and appreciate your patience as well.
Since I'm here, and you guys are here, can I come to the table and have an open discussion now?
We're going to close session on this. Sorry, sir, but our apologies. Well, now, I know we opened the doors. We're going to close them again. We're going into closed session on the medical marijuana issue that is before us for a briefing with our legal counsel. If we can clear the chambers again. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're back in open session now, and Mr. City Attorney, do we need to announce anything in open session?
Dean O'Connell, Deputy City Attorney. Following closed session, council should make a motion to request the City Attorney to prepare and present an ordinance in consideration of the court's rulings in the marijuana collectives litigation, and instruct the clerk to place the ordinance on Friday's agenda.
All right, Mr. Reyes makes that motion. Is there a second? Mr. Bonds, please open the roll. This is just the instruction to draft a motion. It's not voting for or against it. It's just the draft. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
All right. That instruction will move forward, and we will look forward to seeing the City Attorney back with the draft of that. Next order of business, Mr. Clerk.
Council has motion for posting and referral.
Let's post and refer those.
The desk is clear.
Any announcements, colleagues? If not, are there any adjourning motions today? If we'll wait on till Friday. With that, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll? We'll next be in session on Friday, this 14th of January, 2011. Thank you all for a very long meeting. We appreciate you on Channel 35 and Council Audio, our council staff, and this meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned. Have a good day. We'll see you Friday.